Ooh, sorry to be tardy to the party, but I did have an awesome night last night. I got a busy day today. I got a busy day tomorrow, and shenanigans will ensue. So it's gonna be an interesting couple of days. I tell you what. So I hope you guys are doing beautifully. I am doing beautifully myself. Fashion 40 says, good morning, Fashion 40. Good to see you, King. And let me just throw some stuff out that I already used from my desktop for post-recorded content. I also did get a substantial amount of post-recorded content done. I did get my Expanse episode done for the week. It's under copyright appeal. I did get my Star Wars episode done for the week. It is under copyright appeal. And then I do have the Order 66 episode that I released got copyright struck. Unfortunate. But I did get it, or I did submit the appeal. So basically, Order 66 should be going up. The duel between Yoda and Sidious should be going up. And then the Expanse, where they kill a hybrid, is going up after the copyrights are done. So, I mean, the Trump thing, man, it really, there's not much in my mind to really address, because the same dynamics that have existed for, I don't know, since 2024, arguably since like 2021, they still exist. I mean, so it's like, this guy is a danger to the country. He's incompetent. He's stupid. He's getting tens of thousands of people killed unnecessarily. People hate that. He's slashing medical benefits. He's doing this. He's posturing as the great white savior of the country while being the most incompetent dipshit that's ever run the country. And so, like, people hate him. I think justifiably so. And every now and then somebody's going to take a pot shot. That's literally, like, my take. And then I know that, like, the right wing is trying to say, oh, 3 or 4 people have tried to kill our uniquely unpopular president. And it's like, well, you know, I'm surprised more people haven't tried. You know, the fact that it's only been 3 or 4 people is kind of crazy. And so also with, like, the Secret Service, they're like, the Secret Service has failed. And it's like, how? How did they fail? They literally, fucking dude bum rushed the perimeter, got shot at, like, shot a security guard in the chest at the perimeter, then bum rushed the meeting. I think he may have gotten shot but is in a stable condition, and then he got arrested. I'm sorry, somebody testing your perimeter and getting shot and or incarcerated at the perimeter is not a failure of security. That's actually just the way that security works. So what a dipshit way to do it. Oh, Fashion 40 says, glad your night was awesome. It was. I hung out with a friend who's insanely cool, and we yapped for like 6 hours, and we got tea, and we got a sandwich, and we got cheesecake, and it was awesome. There's a place, I'm just going to dox myself a little bit, but it's because I genuinely recommend the restaurant. There's a restaurant near me called Krungthep, Krungthep, and I was looking for a good sandwich and tea joint because the old joint that I used to go to called Pom Poms in the Mills Bumby area. I don't know if there's any Orlando locals in chat, but even if you're not, if you're coming to Orlando and you get away from the tourist traps or whatever, basically Pom Poms was the jam. It's like the place that I would recommend everybody go to. Unfortunately, they closed. And then Krungthep is a banger. Oh, oh my God. Like the menu is just off the chart, and the food quality is insane. So strong recommendation that either if you're living in the Central Florida area or if you ever visit it, if you have an opportunity to go to Krungthep, Krungthep, sandwich and tea house, fire. And not too expensive either. Expensive for a sandwich and tea joint for sure, but considering the area that it's in is known for being expensive, and so for the area it's in, it was not that expensive. Good tea. Fashion 40 for 5 says, here's my chip before work. Thank you, King. Appreciate you. Christian Blair says, the clutching of pearls by the right needs to effing end. Well, it's not going to. It's not going to till he's out of office and he's no longer a target. That's why if Soy Pill runs up in Mar-a-Lago and decapitates Donald Trump in the name of woke jihadism, like, it's going to be bad. It's going to be because it's never going to end. Donald Trump is a martyr and a savior, and there's never been anybody more who's done more for America. And the fact that people are trying to kill him is just indications of how cool of a guy he is. And the left are a bunch of terrorists who just want to massacre anyone who doesn't agree with them. You know, has nothing to do with the illegal war in Iran. I say illegal. Illegal's a little cringe. The unauthorized war in Iran has nothing to do with the tens of thousands of people who have died as a result, has nothing to do with the increase in cost of living through tariffs in the Iran war, has nothing to do with killing hundreds of thousands or millions of people overseas through PEPFAR and USAID cuts. It has nothing to do with, gutting rural health infrastructure via Medicaid cuts. You know, none of that has made anybody angry. Everybody's perfectly happy with that. Matter of fact, if you poll 100 Americans, every single American is going to think that those policies are good. So, you know, has nothing to do. I don't know why you guys hate him so much, you know, TDS. So, yeah. The Clutching of Pearls, that's one I just read. Damn, that sounds hella inspiring. I'm behind on my content work. God, dude, I still have so much more to do. Tonight I have a busy night with the kids. But then tomorrow I also have a busy day, but I need to start chopping up VODs again. So some of the VODs that I recently did, they outperformed the older stuff that I did because they're highly edited and they have funny AI thumbnails. So they've kind of like metrically made up for not posting anything last week. But if I don't post anything this week, my metrics are going to fall off a cliff because I haven't posted anything in 2 weeks. Whoops. Ignis says, the globalization of Twitter has made it possible for me to introduce Japanese people to the idea that law does not equal morality and their brains are frying. Dude, that's so based. That is so based. Okay. Number one, I love all the wholesome posting about the universal translation of Twitter. I think that is so cool, and all the wholesome posting about it. But that is such a weird cultural thing. So for instance, in Japan, I remember this because I have some anti-Japanese bias. They always followed every single rule as if it was the law of God. And that's where, for me, that kind of drove me crazy because obviously Americans, they love breaking the law. Oh my God, Americans love breaking the law. And so like driving over there, doing the speed limit, not getting a DUI, all that kind of stuff. Like if you broke the law and got caught, you were like a huge piece of shit. But it gets so extreme that it borderline doesn't make sense. So for instance, I was riding a bus back to a base and I saw like a 35-year-old woman standing at a pedestrian crosswalk at 11 p.m. at night. There were no cars around. The only traffic was the bus, and the bus was traveling on a roadway that was not going to go through the pedestrian crosswalk. And I watched her as I'm driving up. And then I watched her as we passed. She just stood at the pedestrian crosswalk waiting for the pedestrian crosswalk to change. And I'm like, lady, there's no cars. There's no people. No one's coming through the intersection. It's 11 p.m. Just walk across the street. But she refused until the crosswalk light changed. And I was like, oh my God, like these people are fucking robots. And that's like, you know, of course I made some racist inferences. Where basically I was like, oh, that's how the Empire of Japan worked. They have like a rules-based society where if you don't follow the rules, you're a huge piece of shit. And so that's how like the emperor was like, I'm God and you need to die for me. And the Japanese people were like, okay. They're like, all right, that sounds about right. Yeah, Key says PV posted a tweet says they're not a part of the tanky versus liberal team sports, and I feel like it was made to target me specifically and make me angry. Yeah, that's me. That's me. I am a huge part of liberal versus tanky team sports. I love it. I want the tankies to get bullied like a motherfucker. I am pro It doesn't matter if I'm a neocon or a rhino or a functional Democrat, but, you know, a social conservative Democrat or a blue dog. The label doesn't matter. As long as I can be anti-communist, I don't really give a shit. So, motherfucker's still alive, isn't he? I mean, that's what I'd be saying. If I was getting my ass chewed as a Secret Service agent, I'd be like, hey, listen, one of our dudes took buckshot to the chest, and he's still alive. So, you know, eat a dick, weirdos. Ignis says, I guess if Secret Service was doing their job, they would have known however many years ago and would have happened and abducted the assailant's mother to abort him. Yeah, I know. Yeah, they want like precog. They want Minority Report levels of Secret Service. Ah. He was never supposed to shoot anyone. His job was to scare the journalists into supporting the Epstein Memorial Ballroom and Daycare Center. Ain't that the truth? Like, I understand that's really like a meme conspiracy theory, was that this guy was effectively a false flag in order to build the ballroom. But then when you look at all the tweets coming out that are like, this is why we need Trump's ballroom. This is why we need Trump's ballroom. This is why we need Trump's ballroom. It's like, oh, I don't think it was a false flag. But if it was revealed to be a false flag, I wouldn't be surprised. Like, the USSS built, the United States Secret Service built up a mythos they never really earned. Yeah. I'm sure they made plenty of movies where they were like the cool protagonists, but realistically, they're just aggressive federal cops who are bodyguard security. They're effectively just executive. They're high-end executive protection. But guess what? Executive protection is just it's a way to say, if somebody shoots the important guy that's next to me, I'll try to take a couple of bullets for him, and I'll try to shoot the guy who's trying to shoot the guy that's next to me. And we'll have perimeter security and snipers, and we'll try to make sure that nobody brings a gun into the venue. So it's basically like glorified event. It's glorified stadium security and executive protection. I agree with that assessment. CHS says the TDS reaction to the minor security breach, it wasn't a big deal, and they're making theater out of it. Yeah. Christian Lara says, well, I never stopped posting Charlie Kirk and Ashley Babbitt memes. I shouldn't have laughed. I should not have laughed. Why did I laugh? Bad Connor. Bad Connor. Don't laugh at Charlie Kirk memes. Don't laugh at Ashley Babbitt memes. That was mean. Why did I laugh? I do think it's funny that a shit ton of libs, wine moms included, think it's a false flag. Oh, dude, there's MAGA people who think it's a false flag. There's MAGA people who see all the tweets going out and they're like, false flag, question mark? Yeah, there's a lot of content. When I say a lot of content, I am excited about the Contra thing's probably going to be dry, but I do trust Contra to be like a really insightful person. And so Hutch has a reaction. I wasn't going to react to the react unless you guys say, no, the Contra interview is too long and the intro is 45 minutes. Go watch the Hutch react to the react because he reacts to all the good stuff. Then I would yoink Hutch's content. But otherwise, I would just go to the original because Contra coming out of her shell has actually been like a breath of fresh air. Normally, so for years, man, for years, Contra's obviously like an insightful and intelligent creator, and I, generally speaking, even if I don't agree with her takes, I can actually appreciate them. Weirdly enough, that's what a healthy chunk of you guys say about me. You're like, I don't agree with all your takes. As a matter of fact, I think you're fucking stupid on XYZ ABC, but I can understand where you're coming from, therefore I appreciate you as a content creator. That's where I am with Contra. So Contra, I typically agree with, I don't know, 60% of what she says, 70% of what she says, but then the 30 or 40% are... they're not descriptive. They're prescriptive left-wing inferences based off of her insightful and accurate descriptions of reality. And so we disagree on prescription, but rarely do we disagree on description. And so I think she's intelligent and insightful. And I think what happened is she got bullied so hard for not being a, like, you know... Hamas and Hezbollah are freedom fighters, and we must support them in their holy struggle against Israel. And from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free if it costs every man, woman, and Jewish child. Like, by not coming out as like a rabid like not anti-Palestinian ethnic cleansing, but pro-Israeli ethnic cleansing, because she wasn't that rabid. She just got stomped for like 2 or 3 years as like a neoliberal hawk and Hillary Clinton's best friend. And so I think after a while, she just got fucking sick of it. So back in the day, she was posting like an edgy or insightful or cool tweet. And then she would leave it up there. All of her fans would love it. All of her haters would start dogpiling it. And then she would delete it after 6 hours. Whereas now she's just posting shit and just fucking letting it fly, which I think is awesome. It's like a groundhog. It's like a groundhog popping out, not seeing its shadow, and then starting to forage. So it's signs that summer is here. I'm very excited for the Contra Points Twitter groundhog to be released. So let me eliminate this update. So Conserve says it's because it was the law of God. This is why America wanted unconditional surrender and for the emperor to heal. Oh, that's it. That's an interesting insight. That if the emperor had never technically surrendered, there always would have been imperial Japanese dissidents because they hadn't heard from God himself to bend the knee to American power. That's actually conservative liberalism. I'm not kidding. That's an interesting insight, and I would love to see historical documentation. That would be wildly interesting if that was like a genuine concern of American governance, was that if the emperor never officially surrendered to America, if that would maintain an insurgency against American occupation for decades to come. That's interesting. False flag to get the ballroom pushed through. The ballroom is exactly 33.3% larger than the Solomon's Temple. Interesting. They did all their law breaking in China and throughout Southeast Asia. That makes sense. This is why JRPGs make you fight and dethrone God. It's a symbol for society. Oh. Pharaoh de Rouge. Evan, I hate you, but that was awesome. What do you want us to live in? A snake pit? Interesting. Lockheed Liberal checking in. Good. Yeah, I want all the Lockheed Liberals, bro. That's what I want my liberal base to be. I want my liberal base to be Lockheed Liberals. Lockheed Liberals who love guns. There's enough alignment between Lockheed Liberals and who like guns and me that like we can just quibble about how much drugs and how much sex you can have and what the line for abortion is. But realistically, I swear to God, it's like Lockheed Liberals plus guns is it's 70%, 80% political overlap. I want all of the Lockheed Liberals. Man, I should be a Lockheed Liberal. Fuck. It's tough, man. It's tough because I think that Lockheed Liberals are accepted as a part of the Democratic coalition because they're so necessary for power and governance in DC. So they're obviously reviled by the base, but they're tolerated by the people who actually have power. So if there was a way to get Lockheed Liberals to be minutely more pro-gun and maybe mildly more socially conservative, of course, at that point, you effectively have a neoconservative Republican, but that shit's fire. I love that. Groovy Harp says Empire of Japan worked because everyone followed the rules, except in every place where Imperial Japanese people weren't in their own home islands. Okay, that makes sense. Walking around Seoul, you could feel the authoritarian vibes. Yep. Crayon says, first time playing Halo, not gonna lie, getting swarmed by tanky enemies and not having any mobility kind of sucks. Well, Crayon, you have to figure out the play style. So, Crayon, no shit. Bungie wants you to intuit this, but I'll just save you some time if you keep getting stomped. So, you can beat the shit out of all the grunts, all of the jack, especially on Heroic. I would play it on Heroic. I would not play it on Legendary. For me, Heroic is challenging but fun. Legendary is challenging and not fun. Like I actually straight up would just never play a Halo game on Legendary. I know it's like a I know it's like a proud point for like sweaties to have beaten the game on Legendary, but you just get raped, dude. You just get raped. So number one, if you want to have fun, play it on Heroic. Number two, effectively like jackals, grunts, any enemy that's shorter than you, you can probably take. Sniper jackals, they can overwhelm you in swarms. The grunts, if you get overwhelmed by a grunt swarm, you're kind of a pussy. It happens like randomly, but that should happen like once every 3 hours. That should not happen once every 20 minutes. And effectively, you should just be able to like annihilate grunts and jackals. Now, when you get up to the elites, though, the elites are supposed to be your peer and or slightly more dangerous than you. So if there's 2 or 3 elites, you need to like nade them and engage them from distance, because you're not going to be able to smoke them in melee. If you close to melee like you're fighting a swarm of grunts, then they will beat you to death. And not only will they beat you to death, but if one of them has an energy sword, you're fucked. Like you'll just get absolutely annihilated. So you have to engage elites from range. And if one of them has an energy sword and charges you, you actually need to retreat. You actually need to backpedal while throwing grenades in his face and dumping magazines into his face. So that's elites. And then with hunters, you basically have to do a ballet dance with the hunters. So sorry, we're going into the Halo gameplay for 10 minutes, but this is actually why Bungie were the masters of first-person shooters in the early thousands, and arguably still have excellent mechanics for Destiny, the video game. Amazing, like Destiny 2 and Destiny 1. My problem with them is that their narrative is dog shit. The gameplay is phenomenal. The gameplay itself is phenomenal. But with hunters, obviously what you need to do is you basically need to do a choreographed dance. So you can't be so far away that they're raining, what do they call it? Fusion rod cannons. You don't want to be so far away that they're just raining fusion rod cannons away, but you don't want to be so close that they melee you to death. So you need to be right at the 10-yard line, where they're kind of waffling between melee, like their code, their actual computer code in the game is waffling between melee and ranged combat. And so you basically need to circle them while they're waffling between the 2 forms of combat. Then you need to be ready to jump out of the way if they choose to do melee and charge and try to slice you with the slab shield. And then you just need to get to the sides of them or behind them and just mag dump their orange wormy goo parts. And then once you've killed one, the second one should be easier. So, but when you're doing 2, it's basically like a ballet dance with guns. It's fucking awesome. So I'm sure you intuited half of that. But once again, if you're playing Legendary and you're not having fun, drop down to Heroic. And then in Heroic, follow exactly the prescriptions that I just gave you, and you'll have a fucking blast. Like Halo was the jam, and I could still play it to this day. I'm actually looking forward. I don't know when Campaign Evolved gets released. I will play Campaign Evolved on live stream, 100%. Like, I don't have time. I will find time for Campaign Evolved on live stream. I recently discovered that someone has made a YouTube channel called Counterpoint, popular name. Yeah, it is. Sapien Green, thank you for the 50 DKK. I arguably also stole my name from Contra and was trying to capitalize on SEO from her, you know? Too bad she fell off. Dank Brandon says, Cotter, did you hear Cash's girlfriend was giving a guy a handy in another room when it all went down? No, but I'll repeat it without verifying, just for the shits and giggles. Ignis says, the thing is, almost every badass group hasn't really earned their mythos because the badass things aren't usually as badass as people think they are. I don't know, man. I think CIA assassination programs like the Phoenix program and the Special Activities Division, and weirdly enough, the Navy SEALs, even though they obviously are very hyperbolic about their own eliteness, and they do get their shit kicked in randomly, and MARSOC, SOCOM, all that kind of stuff. If you actually look at what they do, same thing with, is it like Green Berets or the unit like Delta? Those guys, if they're quiet professional warriors who do sick-ass fucking missions and never talk about it, and then like reporters have to go in and dig into what they actually did, typically they do some pretty sick shit. And then if they actually do tell stories like the Navy SEALs do, Navy SEALs, their history is biting off more than they can chew and getting fucked up. But then their history is also, while they're getting fucked up, fucking up the enemy. And so I'm perfectly okay with that as lore. They think they're invulnerable, which is why they keep biting off more than they can chew and getting their shit kicked in. But the reason why they have such crazy hardcore fights is because they think they're invulnerable. So, you know, I don't want to rob them of their own mythos, because their own mythos is what drives them to do psycho shit, and then we get to make movies out of it. We get to Navy SEALs get a huge ego, even though they're effectively like glorified elite infantry with an unlimited budget for weapons and close air support. And then they bite off more than they can chew, and then they get fucked up. But then while they're getting fucked up, they fuck up the enemy, and we get to make a movie out of it. So, you know, it's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, somebody says check DMs. So I got Arthur DMing why Trump can't rally. Why it won't improve his reports. I mean, I checked it, but we got our content for the day, brother. We are drowning in content. Grassroots in DM says, I don't dislike the vector. I dislike 45 ACP in it. Grassroots, I don't know if you're in chat, but the reason why you should be okay with 45 ACP in it is because 45 ACP is naturally subsonic. So let me give you guys some pistol caliber lore real quick. So 9mm is a great round. It's fast. You can carry a lot of it. It's light. Most people can fire it accurately. 9mm is the jam. And if you have the ability to get something in 9mm, typically you should. However, 45 ACP, I think the sound barrier is around 1,200 feet per second or 1,000 feet per second. It's somewhere in there. 45 caliber not only hits like a fucking freight truck. I know that it's exaggerated how hard 45 hits, but still, it obviously does hit harder than 9mm. Hold on, let me add another addendum. God damn it, there's so much lore to guns. So 9mm defensive ammunition, if you get reliable 9mm defensive ammunition, it travels faster, you can carry more of it, and the wound channel is about the same size as 45 ACP. But that inferentially means that 45 ACP is slower. You have to carry slightly less of it. It is heavier, but then the wound channel, if you got reliable defensive ammunition, would be slightly larger than 9mm defensive. Probably not enough to make a lethality difference, but still enough to be cool. And then the main point of 45 ACP in the modern era, in my opinion, is suppressibility. So basically 45 ACP, doesn't matter what round, you could probably get like 45 ACP plus P, like a super hot round. And I think that might barely beat the sound barrier. But effectively, if you could get 45 ACP from your local store and it's below the speed of sound, and therefore there's no audible crack, and therefore when you suppress it, 45 is supposed to be like a beautiful round for suppression. So, you know, if you fired a Chris Vector without a suppressor, then you didn't get the point of the round in your gun. I'm sure it was fun, and firing the equivalent to a modern sci-fi Tommy gun is cool, but you probably didn't get the maximal use case out of it. Grassroots for 20 says, you lost $20 today to me abusing Pisco and being a high BMI and R slur to join the Central R slur agency. Oh, he had too high of a BMI to join the Central R slur agency? That's okay. I think I'm a founding member, even though I only learned of its existence today. John Kennedy says, as a gun guy, the amount of insane money morning quarterbacking from people that barely know one end of a firearm from the other. I know, dude. I know. Yeah, you pierce the perimeter and then you got shot. That's not exactly a successful assassination mission. Okay. Fellrunner says, please pay attention to Arthur in DMs, or tags you. He's a smart, serious Russian with Bates content suggestions, grill shell. Okay, I get that, Fellrunner. Arthur, I saw your DM. Let me see your other DMs. This important to be serious about Trump stuff and the shooting in particular, but also broadly. It's a quick video you can watch while hanging out purely for absorption. Okay, well, okay, Arthur. I will watch it. How about that? My manager, my product manager, Fellrunner, aka Valorfax, has said that we need to take Arthur seriously. So, well, fuck it. It is the biggest story of the day. The only reason why I have such a bad instinct for content. The only reason why I'm not milking the shit out of it is because I'm not going to have any new takes. I'm not going to have any new takes. Trump has pissed the world off. It's unsurprising that people are trying to kill him. You shouldn't try to kill him because it just maybe makes him a little bit more popular than he was before you tried to kill him. And also the Secret Service, while not being superheroes, are also not the most incompetent security service on the planet. So the chances of you getting killed or incarcerated are extremely high. I mean, that's my take. Acre Gray says, I don't like American Protestant Christianity and I prefer Eastern Orthodox Christianity. Cool. Me, when I spread absolutely true information. Yeah. Cash Patel's girlfriend was given a handy to somebody else in the bathroom. Source? I don't have one. Dank Brandon, right on. I'm not super tech spec smart, but I double check all of it before I bought to make sure it was good, but the PC was like $900. Oh, I don't know what that's in reference to. Of course, you feel indestructible when you have Swick boats and attack helicopters. Yeah. I don't know if you spelled that right or if I pronounced it correctly. I would say swift boats, but effectively they have like the rubberized, and I know there's multiple boats. They have the rubberized transport ones like the Zodiacs that are inflatable that they use for like insertions, which are pretty cool. They've been doing that since like the 70s or the 80s. But then the other thing that they do is they have those like light, like those super light aluminum patrol boats that they put like miniguns and 240s on. They basically take a super fast, super light aluminum speedboat, and then they teach the boat driver how to be the most badass speedboat driver on the planet. And then they put like a half dozen machine guns on it that are capable of laying down a wall of fire. And then they train on how does the speedboat guy get into position in such an aggressive way that the enemy doesn't even have the opportunity to even realize that there's a fucking swift boat gun platform in their midst, and then rape them with overwhelming machine gun fire while the Navy SEALs climb onto the backside of the boat or the side of the boat. It is impressive. So Navy SEALs are Rangers that can swim and have money. Grassroots says you should pay attention to Arthur 2014 and Conduit Biscuit in chat. Arthur speaks at length on Kalinda's stream, and Conduit runs his own channel, which is wonderful. Good. Connor should also pay attention to us. I'm literally reading chat. If you guys wanted me to pay any more attention to you, I would start to say that we're dating, okay? Relax. Gotcha, thanks. I'm playing on Heroic since I heard that Legendary is pretty cancerous. It is. It is, like, in my opinion, I think Legendary... Getting Legendary and having the Elite Skull with, like, the two swords, like, plaque next to your campaign thing is cool, but it is not worth the effort. It is such a drag, because at that point, like, grunt swarms are actually dangerous. Random jackal snipers will take you out. The hunters are so nasty that they just absolutely will rape you. Elites will rape you. Dude, it's just like... In my opinion, the only way to play Legendary is to basically, like, do it co-op and have your friend stay at a spawn point and then just, like, run in and, like, rape as many aliens as you can. Metaphorically, of course, not literally. Rape as many aliens as you can, get killed, and then respawn, and then just do that for, like, 10 hours. It's actually, like, it's borderline not fun. I actually do not enjoy Legendary at all. And Halo 2 is even worse because they have the snipers with the beam rifles in like the first 20 minutes of the game. So basically you walk into a sniper's, like a sniper crossfire section, and there's no way to know where they are. And their first shot is a headshot and it kills you. So like you basically have to, when you're playing Legendary on Halo 2, you have to do it co-op, or you have to watch somebody else's playthrough. And then you have to know where all the snipers are. And then you have to, like, creep, shoot one, creep, shoot one, creep, shoot one. And if you're doing that solo and you fuck up your creep, then you just get sniped instantaneously. It fucking sucks. So, Halo 2 Legendary, the Halo 1 Legendary was okay. Halo 2 Legendary was absolute fucking pancreatic fucking cancer. It was terrible. Go 45 and 2 zigzags. 45 isn't loud. I only know guns from movies. 45 is incredibly loud. It's just not supersonic. So when you suppress it, it suppresses really, really, really well. Sorry, drinking tea. Suppress 45 ACP with suppression is pretty much what being in Stargate SG-1 feels like. Cool. 45 ACP on average is 700 to 900 feet per second. It's a shit round for self-defense. I don't think so. Come over. I'll shoot you with a 45. You can tell me whether or not it feels good. AK Batusai says, I can shoot my 45 easier without hearing pro than my 9mm because a small size 9mm is more cracky, like shooting a large rifle 22 versus a small 22 pistol. Yep. Dank says, I didn't build it. I got 2 kids and can really only replace something I can take out on a computer. I don't know what to build from scratch. Okay, talking to somebody else. Shapingro, thank you for the gifted king. I appreciate you. Ask Arthur if it's a war or not and for him to say so publicly. Okay. DDW, something. I pre-watched the Contra content. I didn't think it was that good. So, Christian Laris, quick question to you. Should we just snipe? Should we just snipe Hutch's content so he gets the so he gets all the highlights for us? Did we reject the dating offer from Connor? If we did, we shouldn't have. Thanks. Legendary is realizing how strong the plasma pistol Halo 2 is madness, though. Yes. Connor is a tsunami. We're already dating. True. I think I'm going to change my work email signature to always end my message with not including Mr. Patel. Dude, that would be psycho. I hope your bosses are cool. That would be funny, though. Nameless Henchman, you and I do not get along all the time, but not including Mr. Patel is pretty fucking funny. So you have improved your esteem in my eyes substantially with that comment. Yeah, Connor, he's talking to me. Okay. Chat's just 2 different conversations right now. That's fine. Nah, you will probably like it. I just don't. Okay. Fair enough. All right. Well, Arthur suggested content, and Fellrunner is my product manager, and he's bullying me into loving Arthur. So I'll go ahead and watch. D-Predator says, Counterpoints. Just want to let you know that the permissions and announcements are screwy, as I can send messages there, which I don't think should be able to. Well, D-Predator, have fun. Who gives a shit? If somebody abuses a vulnerability in our community, we're just going to ban them. That's all that's going to happen. So, anyways, Arthur wants us to do our jobs and watch some serious content related to what's actually going on in the world. Cringe.
Everyone.
But, you know, we'll do it. Dude, it's a William Spaniel video. I already knew it was William Spaniel or it was going to be the Preston Stewart or whatever. I just have geopolitical autists, which, by the way, is great. You guys are the best audience. So I'm really like, I'm knocking Arthur for being like, oh, a William Spaniel video. But like, realistically, him and Patriarch are like William Spaniel, Preston Stewart stands. And so I don't think this is about watching serious content in order to improve the quality of the stream. I think this is that you guys are just William Spaniel and Preston Stewart fans, and you want more geopolitical autists to be aware of the existence of William Spaniel and Preston Stewart. That's what I think really happened. Okay. All right, I'm gonna show you guys one thing though before we get started, because hopefully grassroots. So let me show you something real quick, because grassroots has asked me to do this shit for a year. And by the way, I do have the capacity to do it. It just costs a lot of money, and I feel guilty because grassroots already gives me so much money. So I think he needs to focus on Hobbes, but then eventually when Hobbes is, no longer dealing with what he's dealing with one way or the other, then I'll ask grassroots for $1,500 so I can build this gun. So hold on. So let's do Malcolm Reynolds pistol. This is something that I owe grassroots. So the original was a airsoft pistol. Maybe it's not airsoft. It might be real. But then they built this like metal back receiver. And then they put like an aluminum chassis over it and a fake magazine on it. And I think that would be really tough to replicate with a magazine. So, but keep this aesthetically in mind. And getting that like volcano pistol style grip is going to be a little bit tough. But what I wanted to do, with grassroots tentatively agreed to, is a Schofield revolver. It's one of the only functional break action revolvers. And so what I want to do is I either want to go on a Gunbroker, or I need to finally reapply to the gun dealer, although I have no idea if the Schofield, if they would sell it for cheap. So it kind of has that volcano pistol aesthetic with the handle. But then I would, at first, 3D print, to be clear, at first, it's not going to be 3D printed in its end. I would 3D print it at first, but then what I would do is I would get the shape of this component that covers the magazine correct, and then I would machine it in aluminum and then effectively get a different screw in order to be a part of the brake action for the Schofield. And then you would the magazine probably would not be functional. I'm just being real. Grassroots wanted the magazine to be functional. I don't think the magazine realistically could be functional. But you could still get the aesthetics of the same thing for Malcolm Reynolds' pistol. Like, you could get this like aluminum thing. You could kind of get the square front. You could get the angles. You could get the machining. You could get the lock around the barrel. You could get all this crap. And then I would have to talk to somebody about like finishing in order to get it finished. But then boom, you have Malcolm Reynolds' pistol, right? So I think that would be sick. And basically what I would do is I would get an extended screw for this bottom part. Obviously it would lock around the barrel and it would lock in via the screw. And then since it's a top brake, you would break it. It's a top brake revolver. So the way that it breaks is this way. So you would be able to fire it and reload it. But then of course, like, you're going to get a shitload of powder in the chamber. That's normal with revolvers. And so when you fire it normally, all that powder would escape. Whereas when you're firing it with like a bunch of cosmetic crap on top of it, that powder, it could blast a little bit onto your hand. But if you're not a pussy, it's not going to be a big deal. Just wear gloves. But then also, it's probably going to gunk up the chamber. So you will have to disassemble it and clean it relatively routinely. But I still think that's like a pretty sick idea for that pistol. But Grassroots brought up the Chris Vector. And so something that's in my mind is that they have a Chris Vector carbine. Okay? And so the carbine has a fake suppressor because in the United States, you can't have a weapon less than 16 inches, right? Ooh. This is rimfire. This is 22, which kind of sucks. But all I was going to say is I would basically take the rimfire, but I would still want the full caliber. So I would want it in 9mm, or I would want it in 45 or 10mm. But I would take this thing, and effectively this detaches. And then what I would do is I would get this style, and then the Titanfall R301. This is a super popular assault rifle in both in Titanfall 2, but also in Apex Legends. And so I would basically, I think the reproduction of taking a Chris Vector and then machining and or 3D printing a forend that made it suspiciously look like the R301, I think that would actually be super fucking easy. And oh my God, would I love to sell Titanfall R301s to autistic internet kids who played Apex Legends as teenagers and who became IT engineers. Anyways, that's enough gun autism for now. Let's do some content. Let's do normal autism. Boop, 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 boop. All right, I'm going to read Grassroots Super Chat, and then we're going to get going. So, Red Qwerty says, so does Connor have a Twitter, or did he get banned? Neo Counter Connor, NECOUNTERCONOR. I'm posting there haphazardly because I've already banned twice. I had a 22,000 follower account that got banned. I had a 12,000 follower account that got banned. And so I'm just tired of pouring in effort onto a platform that, like, I feel like I'm getting banned for gay reasons. The first time I got banned, it was because I posted a Squidward "we're gonna kill you" meme, and I appealed it like a dozen times. They never revoked it. And then the second time I got banned, I called Megyn Kelly a pedophile apologist, which is just a factually true statement. and it got like 60,000 fucking likes over the course of 48 hours, and then I got a permanent ban, and Twitter never told me what the offending tweet was. So I think Megyn Kelly got her fucking panties in a twist and reported me. And or Megyn Kelly simp fucking reported me. And Elon Musk doesn't like it when you criticize his fucking pedophile sweeping friends. So, Grassroots20 says, I never asked for the magazine to be functional ever, only that it doesn't interrupt the break action by being too long. Okay, fair enough. That's actually very easy. I thought we might have discussed it at some point that you wanted the magazine to be removable, but whatever. If you're saying no, then I'm just going to take it at that, and I'm going to run with it. I'd buy the fuck out of that. Holy shit. Yeah, dude. It's going to be expensive, though, because Chris Vectors are, like, already $1,400. So if you had a Chris Vector that was $1,400, and then I'm machining another $300 worth of aluminum, and then the hours to, like, paint and assemble and all that kind of crap, you're really talking about, like, a $2,000 gun at minimum, and that's effectively me selling it at cost. So the gun project of, like, building science fiction guns, trust me, it's always in my brain. I think about it. As I'm going to sleep, I am, like, building schematics in my brain in CAD software of science fiction weapons that I want to build and sell. But the truth is that, you know, I need to become a YouTube 100,000-aire with expendable income before that's a possibility, unfortunately. So it's a chicken and egg scenario. But if I die, I would appreciate it if a member of the COG picked up the mantle of building science fiction weapons on my behalf. It would actually be really, really appreciated. Grassroots says, actually, fuck this stream. We're all doing sci-fi gun autism today. I mean, I wish. Thank Brandon says, yeah, my wife and I played on the projector when it first came out and had the projector set to 120 in screen. Don't know what that's about. Sun Patriarch says, how do y'all feel about the bullpup AK, the flatline? Dude. They make, hold on, real quick, science fiction gun autism. So Titanfall V47 flatline, that's another one that I want to build like a motherfucker. And again, would be way easier than Malcolm Reynolds' pistol. But so the V47 flatline is a bullpup AK-47 with like wood furniture in weird places. But they make AK-47 bullpups. So hold on, I'll keep that pulled up so you can still see it when I come back. AK-47 bullpup kit. But basically, Stuff and Things makes an AK pistol bullpup thing, and you can get barrel extenders, so you could extend this barrel out further. And I actually think that you could probably build a, and this kit is cheap. Like the Stuff and Things bullpup kit is like $200, $300, and then and you do not need the carrying handle. You could take the carrying handle off. You could get a barrel extension. You could 3D print something that slides onto the top, and then you could do it. So I would actually start with that, with like an AK pistol with a barrel extension, because I think it would be cheaper and easier. But then they also have the SR AK-47 bullpup kit AEG. So they have, this one is designed for firearms, for sure, but it's so blocky, you would have to like remachine it to make it not look as crazy and more like the V47. And then what's crazy about the AK-47 bullpup kits that are designed for airsoft guns is there are people who are taking the airsoft kits, just sticking them on generic AKs, and they're still working. So I would want to obviously work with something that was designed for an actually functional rifle. But, you know, if you didn't care about quality and you were just like, oh, well, if I break this plastic airsoft bullpup kit because the aesthetics are fucking fire and I think I can make a VF-47 better out of it, then you could do that. Also, take a look at this real quick. Atlantic Firearms, there's only so many of these, which is why I don't want to dedicate myself only to buying this thing. Like, I'm sure this thing is, like, out of stock right now. Description. Yeah, so it's like, notify me when back in stock. So, unfortunately, this would be the perfect thing to build a VF-47 off of, but there's only so many of them. And they're like $1,200, $1,400. So it's unfortunate that this isn't in larger production, because I would love to take this kit and just turn it into VF-47 kits. But Alas, alas, our guntism must be satiated after after I become financially successful. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Are these working guns? They're working guns, bud. Working guns. That looks like an AK dry hump to FAMAS. Exactly. And I've shot an AK that looks like a Sin Against Humanity. Based. I mean, the flatline is pretty blocky on the front end. True. Connor, show the new Army bolter? No. I would, but basically, we'll watch that on stream eventually. I'll probably watch that during break. Like, in between segments, I'll watch that. I'll show people that. That is less cursed? Sure. You would totally make that shit into a flatline? Yeah, I would. I would. All right. Anyways, let's start some content. That way we don't spend literally the entire day having gun autism. I have no problems with day-long gun autism, but we should probably do our jobs at some point. So we're at a 5 out of 10 on the goal. We got an hour and 10 minutes left. I'm going to thank the people who have already helped out. We got Grassroots with 20, Shapingro with a membership, Grassroots with the 10, Fell Runner with the 5, Grassroots with the 20, wait, who is this? Sapient Green with 50 DKK, Vazraka with the gifted, and we got Fashion 40 with the 5. So thank you, Kings and Queens. I appreciate your financial support. Let me do an intro and let's get cracking. Woo! Hi guys, welcome to Contra Points. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican, and I'm trying to be a rhino. A Republican who has integrity, nuance, and objectives. And over the weekend, some lunatic, actually he's probably not a lunatic, but still, some crazy dude tried to break into the White House Correspondents' Dinner and gun down Trump. And basically, everybody has just rolled their eyes, and at least on the left wing and the moderate center portion of the political electorate, we've all just kind of rolled our eyes. Because the truth is that Donald Trump and his cronies have done some pretty messed up stuff. So when you do messed up stuff that kills people, eventually people are going to be gunning for you. And I think that, you know, Donald Trump is a uniquely unpopular president. And so as a result, these things are going to happen. There's some smack talking about Secret Service, but realistically, this dude just bum rushed the perimeter and got arrested and or shot within 10 seconds of bum rushing the perimeter. He might have shot one Secret Service agent, but he caught it on his flak vest, so he's okay. And so as a result, you know, like, what do you want me to do? People hate Trump. Like I hate Trump. I wish somebody would shake his hand too hard and then he would bruise and then he would die. You know, so what do you want? What do you want me to do? Why do you want me to freak out? I'm not going to freak out. So there is a serious video called Why the Presumed Trump Assassination Attempt Will Not Improve His Polling Numbers by William Spaniel, who's a serious geopol autist. And I have several geopolitical autists in my chat who want me to actually do serious content. So we're going to do serious content real quick. Let's go.
Everyone ought to get familiar with this 2x2 grid, because its underlying logic is governing political sentiment in the United States. It explains what has happened domestically in response to the Iran war, and it will explain what will happen next to Trump's polling numbers, following yet another turbulent moment in US politics. Indeed, the latest iteration of this comes from last night's scheduled White House Correspondents' Dinner, or at least planned dinner. It was interrupted by an alleged shooter, whom everyone suspects, without confirmation for now, was attempting to assassinate President Trump. Let me first speak about the event itself. The Correspondents' Dinner is an annual gala that takes place at the Washington Hilton. It is about 1.5 miles from the White House, and up until yesterday, it was best known as the site of the assassination attempt on Ronald Reagan. Reagan was actually shot in that incident, and it was unclear for a while whether he would survive. It also hosts the American Political Science Association's annual conference whenever it cycles through Washington, D.C., so I have been there many times in my life.
Dude, I love DC, man. You can feel the grime and the corruption, and you can feel all the perverted interests just rubbing elbows and cackling to each other as they sip martinis. But it is seriously like a physically beautiful place. When you're actually standing here, sorry, you guys should be used to me having autistic yaps by now. When you're actually standing in this area and you see acres upon acres of mowed grass, and you see an obelisk the size of like a skyscraper. It's not really a skyscraper, but it's still a big fucking obelisk, dude. This obelisk is fucking huge. And when you actually go see like the Lincoln Memorial, I do think there's something weirdly sacrilegious about it, where the housing of Abraham Lincoln's statue is it the Parthenon in Greece? There's some Greek temple that's really old. And basically, we took the architecture of the Parthenon, we rebuilt it, and we tripled its size, which is kind of wild. It's kind of wild to take like ancient Greek architecture, give the Greeks the middle finger, build something triple the size of their greatest historical landmark, and then put a 20-foot tall statue of Abraham Lincoln seated, mind you. He's seated and it's like 20 feet tall. So standing, he would be like 30 or 40 foot tall. And the Parthenon that he's in is big enough that it looks like he could actually like stand up as a statue and walk out. And so it's kind of what it feels like sacrilegious. It feels like, wait, I thought we were a Christian nation. Why do we have effectively a pagan temple to Abraham Lincoln? But then you're just kind of like, all right, this is a little pagan, but it's actually pretty fucking badass. It's pretty badass that we fucking yoinked their shit. So being there and seeing it in person, photos do not do the scale justice. It feels straight up different when you're there. So like I have truly mixed feelings about DC. In summary, you can feel the grime, especially when you're hanging out with a bunch of people who are like giggling, sipping cocktails, and they all make 6 or 7 figures, and they're all trying to figure out how to screw each other and take each other's money. It can feel pretty fucking grimy. But then walking around in these historic land sites it's kind of inspiring. It actually rubs my patriot. It rubs my patriot autism. It stims my patriot autism. So Unork for 2 says he would have made it if he wasn't half white. That's probably true. He should have been white, and then he would have made it further. Grassroots5 says, as it turns out, surrounding yourself with alcoholic, cross-addicted, mentally disabled sycophants can be bad when you are the fucking president. Are you wrong, though?
This is a personal photo of mine from the 2019 conference.
Oh, shit! I might have been here. No. I was at the, what's the famous one for burglary? I forget what the famous one for burglary is. What's the Nixon one? The white water? The black water? The something water? I forget. Somebody tell me. My brain isn't working.
Taken of the line to take a shuttle to the other conference hotel. You can see a plaque at a sharp angle that marks the Reagan assassination attempt. Anyway, as someone who has been proximate to world leaders a handful of times, I found last night's security situation at the Hilton to be surprising. The suspect essentially YOLO'd right past the security perimeter, and was close enough to the president that the shots were audible.
Grey Jedi says, did I cover AJW? I did. Watergate. Yeah, I was at the Watergate.
Though, as I write this, it is unclear whether the shots were from the suspect or from Secret Service agents trying to take him down. Without divulging specific details about security strategies, I have never been in a situation where this was remotely feasible. The first security perimeter is always far enough away that anyone who might storm through would be sprinting for a minute before getting anywhere close to anyone important. Moreover, there is always at least a second layer between initial screenings and when you get access to VIPs. Consequently, this incident will raise questions about the Secret Service's planning, as well as the overall wisdom of hosting an event like this at an active hotel, which the suspect was staying at. Aside from domestically focused political threats, we have recently discussed the incentives for militant groups to make a play in the United States to raise awareness to a particular group's existence. Usually, we would have soft targets in mind for that type of thing, but the concern still holds at higher levels. Also, no surprise that before the night ended, Trump was already touting the utility of the new White House ballroom under construction as a way to guarantee a better security perimeter. He was all too happy to take advantage of the opportunity, but he is not wrong about that. In any case, the meat of today's conversation is focused on the political consequences of the potential assassination attempt. You do not have to spend much time sorting through social media before you find conspiracy theories about this having been an inside job, that it was purely an attempt to garner public support for the president at a time of international crisis. Well, I do not have any inside knowledge of what the White House was allegedly trying to do in that regard. I would generally invite anyone with that perspective to think hard about the difficulty of trying to stage an assassination attempt with live ammunition, and indeed one Secret Service officer getting shot. I would also suggest noting that Trump is a historically unpopular president who has adopted the most politically polarizing positions that anyone alive can remember. And although I would not recommend that political radicals start trying to assassinate him, politics is not a zero-sum game, and this will only make things worse for the United States as a whole. Perhaps we should not be surprised that some individuals take things to the extreme. Lest we forget that there are some true lunatics in this world. Lest we forget that Reagan's would-be assassin was trying to kill the president because he thought it would impress Jodie Foster. Yes, the actress Jodie Foster. And man, if that is not the stupidest sentence I have ever said, I am not sure what is.
Oh, dude, that's not even my top 10. that's not even the top 10 stupidest sentences I've ever heard. Like, that's actually not bad. Gara Means War says, hello, my apologies, but dude, welcome aboard. Good to have you, Gara. So the reason why I was laughing so hard is because somebody posted, well, hold on. Number one, I might have already answered this, but I forget. Gray Jedi says, did you watch the Destiny versus AJW conversation? I had a question for you. Yes, we did watch it on Friday or Thursday. So ask away, King. Ask away. And then in reference, somebody started playing with Patriot is a missed profile name. Then somebody said patriotisms, which is amazing. Like basically combining autism and autism and the word patriot. And then I came up with, which I think it's a little bit too much, but we can still workshop it. Patriotist, like I'm very clearly a patriotist. Like and somebody mentioned like, oh, it's called, I think it's Airborne Kite says it's called American Civil Religion. So it's not pagan for two. I think I'm like arguably one of the high priests of American civic religion. It's, and I actually disagree. I do think it's kind of pagan, but the point is like, I don't take it literally, but I take it seriously. And I do think that we need a binding narrative as a country. And I am a patriotist. I am somebody who truly enjoys the history of American governance and the Revolutionary War and the era of colonialism and the 19th century and the Civil War and the Mexican-American War and the Banana Wars and the early 20th century and all of the conflicts that made us who we are. It's kind of amazing. And so I really kind of hope that, yeah, Arthur was like, Connor's face was kind of amazing right there. Well, yeah, it's because I was enjoying the play on words between patriot and autism. So yeah, it's kind of beautiful, man. Like obviously there's money and corrupt influence and death and lies and manipulations and all that kind of stuff. But there's also like a lot of really cool shit in the United States. And I think some of it should be valorized and revered. So Conserve says, you're a vet and you're a Leo. You have an unfair advantage in hearing stupid sentences. That's true. Can we admit she probably was impressed? Yep. That's what I was thinking, Airborne Kite. I was like, well, you shot the president. That's actually pretty impressive. I don't want to date you, but that's still impressive. Grassroots says, Pisco is 30 plus BMI. Let's go. Give me that goal. Nice. Nice. I disavow the fat shaming. I applaud the goal smashing. And I'll reset the goal momentarily. What was I going to say, though? Yeah. Dude, we gotta bully all the content creators into working out, man. We really do. We really need to bully. Like, Steven needs to work out. Pisco needs to work out. Hutch is already working out. I'm already working out. Josiah's already working out. Like, dude, we cannot all become 30 to 50-year-old decrepit, obese, fucking people who have problems walking upstairs. We have to get our shit together on a physical level. So I hope we can. I don't want to actually comment on Pisco's weight because I gained weight since I started streaming. But yeah, like we all need to do some cardio. We all need to lift. Okay, notice how he didn't deny Pisco got bigger. Pisco did get bigger, but so did I. So I'm not trying to throw stones in glass houses, man. And, you know, we just need to lift weights and do some cardio. It's not that big of a deal. Like, let's not freak out, all right? What would the logo be? An American flag formed from puzzle pieces? Oh, that's sick. That is sick. I feel like an Art Deco train needs to go in there. So hold on, let me...
Anyway.
Now you guys are triggering my ADD and autism, so hold on. I promise I'll wrap this and get back into the content momentarily. Art Deco train logo. This has to be in there somewhere. As soon as you said, like, puzzle pieces, I was like, nope, we need the Art Deco train. we need the Art Deco train. This needs to be in there somewhere. There needs to be the like Art Deco train cityscape in the background, an American flag, an eagle. I'm probably making the logo too busy, and then it can be made of puzzle pieces. I'm an American patriotist. Ooh, that's good merchandise. All right, American patriotist. Or I have American patriotism. And then you could just have like fighter jets and space shuttles and all that kind of shit. Like literally take this could be an entire, not just brand, but it could be like an entire subset of the Grill Hottest merch store. Could be I have patriotism, or I am an American patriotist, and then just take American symbols like the obelisk, the Lincoln Memorial, the White House, Congress, fighter jets, F-22s, F-4U Corsairs, Art Deco trains, cityscapes, the 54th Massachusetts Light Infantry from the Civil War. Just take all these symbols of America, the Smithsonian, and just make a series of t-shirts, mugs, and magnets with either I have American patriotism or I am an American patriotist. The moon landing, dude, literally dozens, maybe hundreds of different merch ideas. Ugh. All right. I'm gonna go get my tea. You guys can enjoy some uninterrupted content since I won't be here to interrupt it and autistically rant at you.
Anyway, back to the 2x2 grid. This is something that we have been looking at since the United States was staging an armada outside of Venezuela, which indeed culminated in the arrest of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. There were plenty of discussions back then about how this was one giant wag the dog situation, where the president was trying to manufacture a rally round the flag effect to bump his sagging poll numbers. It is very difficult for an analyst such as myself to confidently forecast what will happen in international relations. The world system is a soup of private information, and it is impossible for people like me to know all of the secrets that the US and every foreign government know. It is why you should ridicule people in my position who claim to know everything that is about to happen. The Putin is done crowd, for example, are a bunch of pretenders. Maybe he is. Maybe he is not. We do not know. But effects on public opinion, especially on these matters, are significantly more predictable. As the Venezuela situation was forming, I noted that such a political strategy would not be effective. Sure enough, despite a militarily brilliant operation to arrest Maduro, basically the American public did not care. Polls either showed no change, or any difference remained in the margin of error, even though, again, the operation was a massive success from a military perspective, and it removed a leader that many former presidents had tried unsuccessfully to remove via less aggressive means. And the reason, once more, is this 2x2 grid. A successful rally round the flag needs to convert non-supporters into supporters. The mechanism by which that happens is that individuals who do not support the president, but trust the president, switch their former position. Maybe they do not trust the president, but they still trust the office and the position. And when they see a crisis, they want to lend their support to empower the United States government to take the appropriate action. It is rare for theories of international conflict to yield meaningful, testable hypotheses, which we can then confirm in the data. But this is one of them. The extent of rallies is, in fact, capped by trust in government. That is why we can be more confident with predictions here, as opposed to, say, exactly when a settlement between Ukraine and Russia will take hold. People pretending to be game theorists say that they can predict the future, and unfortunately, some of the public have bought into that. True game theorists know that the discipline tells us that it is impossible to predict the future.
In my mind, when he's talking, I have Hassan Piker and Ryan Macbeth's face in my mind. And once again, Ryan Macbeth seems like a nice guy. Like, I'm really not trying to dog him on a personal level, but that Panama Canal, like, Chinese invasion video really rubbed me wrong as being like, if China owns the Panama Canal, then they can blow up a commercial vessel inside the Panama Canal. And it's like, why the fuck would they need to own it? Why was that a sentence that came out of your brain and you thought it sounded good? Were you drunk? Were you high? Are you stupid? Like, what's going on here? Like it truly, if I said some shit like that on stream, it would be because I was high on THC and I forgot how the world worked and I made connections that didn't exist. So Ryan Macbeth saying that confidently was actually really, really frustrating because Ryan Macbeth is a popular geopolitical commentator. Yeah, Ryan Macbeth thinks smoking a cigar is a personality. Yeah, unironically. And then, excuse me, same thing with Hassan. Hassan is a idiot. And so him being like, oh, that explosion sounds like a JDAM. That just shows like, you simultaneously have the hubris to believe that you could determine what an explosion is based off of the sound it produces. That's kind of wild. And then you also had the balls to say that in public. So you are both stupid and proud. And that's a really bad combination. Like, if you're stupid and you're humble, that's fine. If you're proud, but you're smart, that's okay. Like you can be proud of how smart you are. But if you're proud and you're stupid, that's a really bad combination. So, you know, don't be stupid and proud. Either be humble and stupid or be smart and proud. But don't combine the two. You know? And realistically, like, smart and humble is probably the best combination. You know? Why all the hate for Ryan Macbeth? It's literally the Panama Canal video, bro. Old school, just to share. So Ryan Macbeth had this video that was befuddlingly confusing. And the video was like a war game between China. It was like immediately after the Venezuelan capture of Maduro. And it was like a war game scenario in which we just let China put medium range ballistic missiles into Venezuela and then let them shoot it at our Gulf oil depots while simultaneously the Chinese blew up a commercial vessel in the Panama Canal in order to interrupt like military flow. And it's like, and he was using that as an argument to say, this is why the Chinese should not own the Panama Canal. And I'm like, I agree. The Chinese should not own the Panama Canal. But even if they didn't own the Panama Canal, couldn't they just drive a commercial vessel into the Panama Canal and blow it up anyways? Like, it doesn't track. It doesn't follow. The idea is incomplete. So, you know, it sounded like he smoked a doob. Sounded like he smoked a fat doob. He thought of war game scenarios. He didn't think about it. And then he just posted it on the internet, which was very silly. Grey Jedi says, during the debate with AJW, he yells Islamic extremism per capita, and I felt that was a really bad take. While you have the Hassan types that sweep for it, but most of, if not everyone, has a fuck Islamic extremism position. The size of that group has nothing to do with the factors that cause the extremism. He seems to be trying to get an easy own and put blame on Islamic normies when it doesn't belong. Well, I agree with we need to differentiate between Muslim normies and I did this drawing. Sorry, guys. I'm going to get Grey Jedi caught up. Terrorism per capita. Unfortunately, I agree with terrorism per capita. So, sorry. Gonna be Islamophobic. All right. So we have right-wing terrorists who I think that we can all agree are going to be disproportionately, and this is a demographic map. So let me explain my demographic map real quick. The white part are white people. The brown part are Hispanics. The black part is black, even though I know it's too black. The yellow part is Asian, and I'm going to put Middle Eastern and North African folk as a subset of Asian, even though they're not technically Asian, but just go with it for the sake of go with it for the sake of stats, okay? So, the truth is that if you look at right-wing extremism and left-wing extremism in the history of the United States, then they're going to be 60% of terrorism, but they are 60% of the population. So who gives a shit? And then if you also look at the documented cases of right-wing and left-wing terrorism, yeah, there's quite a few homicides in there. There's probably a few hundred homicides in there. But there's also a substantial amount of property damage. And those get categorized as terrorist incidents. So for instance, like right-wingers love shooting up places. Right-wingers love mass shootings. It's like their favorite thing. But they also probably did a few pipe bombs on targets like abortion clinics and all that kind of crap that didn't kill anyone, right? And then left-wingers love property damage. So they love blowing up Humvees. They love blowing up car dealerships. They love blowing up, logging equipment. They love all that kind of crap. The left-wing terrorists typically do not like killing people. They just like destroying expensive property that serve ideological functions that they don't like, okay? So left-wingers are probably the least violent people despite making up a substantial portion of the terrorist pie, okay? But when it comes to jihadists, if you think that jihadism is an extension of Islamism, and Islamism is an extension of Islam, then it seems to make some level of inferential sense that you would believe that the correlate population that is likely to be jihadist are Muslims. And Muslims are 1% to 2% of the population that I would largely throw under the Asian block of demographics, although you can make arguments that they're like, as North Africans, they're also black. I don't know and I don't care. Muslims are 1% to 2% of the population, right? And so if you look at the homicides specifically, and if you look at their contribution to American terrorism, they are a shitload of the terrorist numbers. Like, even if you exclude 9/11, you still have the shoe bomber, you still have the DC Beltway shooter, you still have the San Bernardino attacks, you still got Pulse nightclub, you still got the Boston Marathon bombing, you still have, I'm sure I could think of another one or two, but if you took the entire Western world, then you have the Bataclan terrorist attacks, you have the Bastille Day terrorist attacks, you have the lorry bus bombings in the UK in the 2000s, you have all that crap. And that's excluding 9/11, which, by the way, 9/11 is still the largest and most lethal terrorist attack on American soil in American history. And it was perpetrated by jihadists. Once you add in the casualties, as a matter of fact, sorry, fuck it, I'm on a rant anyways.
At least in
but
most
once you add in the casualties, I understand. I know my ADD is taking over, and Patriarch and frickin' Arthur probably just want me to finish the video. But I'm just going to go ahead and blame you and say that this is your fault for making me watch serious content. Oh, my God. Hold on. Let me open recent. Dude, once you add in 9/11, which you can be like, oh, well, it's not domestic. And it's not... not only is it not domestic, but it's international terrorism, so it doesn't count. Why? Why does it not count? That doesn't make any fucking sense whatsoever. Like, the only reason why I excluded 9/11 was to even say, with the argument Muslims or jihadists per capita punch high above their belt class. What's the okay, total casualties of terrorism since 9/11? How many Americans have died from terrorist attacks since 9/11? The U.S. has made several policy changes from the 9/11 attacks, but how many people have died? Killed 2,908 people. About a quarter of all terrorist attacks involve firearms. How many? Oh, hold on. This should have the answer. Why don't they just give me a total? Why can't they just give me a total, dude? Just give me a total. Son of a bitch. And this is where it feels like lefties hiding the ball too, because you don't just give straight answers. Why didn't I get an answer? How many people have been killed by terrorism since 9/11 in the U.S.? Dude, why is that not an AI pop? That should be an AI pop, don't you think? 570 people. Okay. So 570 people in the past 20 years have been killed by 9/11. So 500 divide by... How many times does 500 go into 3,500? 500 into 3,500 is 15%, bro. 15%. That is a nightmare. Okay, I'm gonna eyeball it, and I'm gonna say that's 15%. So this is 9/11, which is a jihadist thing. And then when you add in that a third of terrorist attacks in the U.S. are also jihadist. And then you add in, dude, lefties are a bunch of pussies. I know the right wing is like shitting their pants over like left-wing terrorism, but left-wing terrorists do not represent. They're a bunch of fucking pussies. They can't even kill people right. So what get I promise I'm wrapping up my rant, okay? I'll wrap up my rant. But one of the things that pisses me off so bad about like the left wing sweeping for jihadism is they're like, well, since 9/11, and you're like, why are we doing since 9/11? 9/11 was kind of a fucking big deal. Why are we doing since 9/11? And they're like, well, since 9/11, you know, 70% of terrorist attacks have been right-wing extremism. And it's like, okay, what about including 9/11? And then it's like the stats just get blown the fuck out, obviously. Yeah, so whenever like lefties or whatever, they're just like, jihadism isn't a big deal. Right-wing terrorism is a bigger issue than blah, 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 blah. And it's like, not even close, bro. Not even close. And you basically have to be structurally dishonest with the way that you frame the topic in order to do it. So I know I took like 10 minutes to answer your question, Grey Jedi, but unfortunately I am a jihadists per capita punch way above their fucking weight. And if you also look at internationally, I'll try to make this the last yap on this topic, I promise. It's like 80% of casualties in the war in Afghanistan and in the war in Iraq, they were not United States coalition forces mowing down civilians for shits and giggles. They were jihadist militias massacring civilians. So, dude, once you add in like the Syrian civil war and the massacres in the Syrian civil war perpetrated by jihadist organizations, once you add in like the West African jihadist organizations that are massacring people in Mali, once you add in the jihadist organizations that did the attacks in like Nigeria, Sudan, Iraq, Afghanistan, Egypt, like all that kind of shit. When you add it in there, it's just like, dude, jihadists just they just do, man. They just do. They just punch above their weight. Yeah, Christian Lara says the solutions to domestic terrorism versus international terrorism are going to be different. Sure. But I feel like they're hiding the ball. Like, so for instance, Christian Blaris, I trust you that the reason why you're differentiating between international and domestic is because you want to have different solutions for each pool of class. Like you don't want to ignore jihadist terrorism in order to just, I don't know, like not be Islamophobic, right? I truly think that if there was a terrorist who was about to commit a terrorist act, then you would like tackle them and shoot them in the back of the head, right? Whereas I think sometimes, no offense, Gray Jedi, I do parasocially love you and I appreciate you being a part of the community, but I do feel like the instinct to defend the marginalized and oppressed makes people ignore the descriptive facts of reality. And so I'm sorry for going on a 15-minute autistic rant about per capita stats in reference to violence. But I'm happy to reinforce my Chud credentials, you know? Because, you know, there are going to be people on the internet and they'll be like, Connor's just a Lockheed liberal in denial. And then you can just give them, they're like, hey, did you see his 20-minute rant about per capita terrorist statistics? And while I don't think I've said anything untrue, it should make them deeply uncomfortable. Oh my God. I'm going to save this as per capita. Per capita terror stats. God. It wasn't racist, but it felt racist. All right. I'm sorry, Arthur. I'm sorry, Patriarch. Back to the serious content.
The public's reaction to observable conflict is outside that scope, which is why social scientists can be a bit more precise there. Well, I said this many months ago, but I will say it again. I know a lot of people who do not support and do not trust Donald Trump. I know a lot of people who support and trust Donald Trump. I even know a bunch of people who support but do not trust Donald Trump. But what I do not know is a group of people who do not support but do trust Donald Trump. Heck, looking at this grid helps make sense of the anti-rally round the flag effect that Trump has experienced since the start of the Iran war. That sizable group of individuals who supported but did not trust the president took one look at the situation and declared that they were done. Remember, the president campaigned on a platform to reduce foreign entanglements. If someone trusted Trump, they would look at the inconsistency between his actions and his campaign rhetoric, conclude that he must have a good reason to break from his position, and lend their support to him. But they do not trust him, and so his poll numbers continue to sink. It is hard to imagine how the public's response will be any different following the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Ask the public what they think about the possible assassination attempt, and you will hear plenty of sympathetic comments regarding the need to lower the political rhetoric in the United States. Ask them if they have changed their political opinion about Trump, and you will get much less of a response. In fact, we know this from the fallout from the Butler, Pennsylvania assassination attempt. There, the perpetrator actually fired shots at Trump, but his polling numbers only marginally improved in the aftermath, and any effects were essentially undetectable a week later when Biden dropped out of the race and Harris stepped in. It is a cute historical story to retrospectively say that Butler sealed a November win for Trump. But the alternative hypothesis is that all Americans care about is affordability, and the Biden administration dropped the ball there. And the nicer feature of this alternative hypothesis is that it also explains what is happening in American politics today. The public hates the Iran war because it is causing gas prices to spike, which will have larger spillover effects on inflation. The assassination story is a nice political excuse, because it makes the Democrats' loss look like it was completely out of their control. But it is the wrong lesson to learn if you want to remain competitive in future elections. One final note here. Rallies round the flag are not the only benefits that leaders can get from the initiation of a crisis. Every breaking news story that captures the public's attention diverts the media's attention away from examining other, files of note. Same thing with Congress launching its own investigations.
Nice.
Thus, to answer today's central question about whether this will increase Trump's polling numbers, the answer is no, at least not meaningfully. Will it still have positive effects for him? Maybe. That is all for me today. Friendly reminder that I have an ongoing series over on Lines on Map.
Thanks, Arthur, for forcing us to do our jobs and watch something serious. So, if anybody has geopolitical autism and they want to actually just mainline dry geopolitical autism straight into their veins, I do recommend Preston Stewart, and I do recommend William Spaniel. So I think that we have a little bit more fun here. We say more ethno-religious slurs. We say more bigoted statements. I fight with chat more. I think I'm more, I can be sometimes pretty monotone, but I do think that we have more spicy fun. But if that was like cathartic to you to just hear reality described accurately by an intelligent person, then Preston Stewart and William Spaniel are your guys. Now, Airborne Kite says, I feel like I don't actually know anything about Islamic political ideology. Any good resources on that are not objectively insane? I don't have any specific resources on like the different variants of Muslim political ideology. I really don't. I really only have like radical sources, I suppose. But my strong recommendation, my truly strong recommendation, is the Quran is only like a 7-hour audiobook. It's really not long. The Quran is not long at all. And the reason why I do recommend reading the Quran, or at least audiobooking the Quran at 1.5 speed, is you can kind of get a vibe for it, and it's a pretty hardcore book. So basically, like, the first third of it, I would say, is okay, with like the occasional spicy passage. And effectively all it really does is it says, believe in God, believe in the last day, do good works, be good to Muslims, and then basically, if you're a corrupt piece of shit, maybe we should kill you. That's like the first third of the book. And if you just look at the chill verses, you could get to a chill interpretation of Islam. But I would seriously say like the second half, maybe the last quarter of it, is super spicy. And the reason why it's super spicy was because Muhammad, peace be upon him, was at war. And so he's just like, yeah, if somebody stands up to you, fucking smoke them. That's literally like the entire last quarter of the Quran is like, hey, if somebody fucks with you, kill them. And it's like, Jesus, that's kind of intense. So the point is that chill Muslims will say, well, you have to understand, Muhammad was at war at the time. He was basically speaking to a flock that was engaged in active political warfare. Muhammad, peace be upon him, was a wartime leader, so he just wasn't a religious prophet similar to Jesus Christ. He was a religious leader and he was a military and political leader, so you have to put it in that context. And then through that, you can kind of be like, okay, even though those passages are super hardcore, we can realize that, within its historical context, maybe it was appropriate. And then therefore you can kind of like sweep it away. But I think hearing that stuff, like I almost got sick listening to the last quarter of the Quran because it was super spicy. Like just, oh my God, just basically like, it was basically like listening to Conan the Barbarian on repeat. What's Conan the Barbarian's quote about like, drive the Conan Barbarian, what is best in life? So, where is it? To crush your enemies, to see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentations of their women. So basically, in my experience, the last quarter of the Quran is effectively Conan the Barbarian on a loop. And it gets pretty fucking brutal. Yeah. And somebody says, Mr. Bombastic says, hey, good to see you again, by the way. Just Google Saeed Qutb, who is the guy responsible for a lot of this. Yeah, so Saeed Qutb, never know how to pronounce his name. Saeed Qutb. Saeed Qutb. So he's an Egyptian And if I remember the lore correctly, he's an Egyptian dude who came, he was like a Muslim, and he was like a conservative Muslim, and he came to the United States for a little bit, and he went to a sock hop. I shit you not, I think this is part of the lore. He went to a sock hop dance. Do you guys know what a sock hop dance is? Sock hop dance. It's where girls dress in this style, and I had a sock hop at like middle school or high school or something. But the girls dress in like these 1950s long skirts that are down below the knee, but they twirl while they're dancing, so they look really pretty while they're dancing, and they do all this kind of stuff. And so basically, Saeed Qutb went to a sock hop, and nobody danced with him, and nobody took him around the shoulder and gave him a beer or passed him a doobie or gave him like, anything. And so as a result, he was a fucking sourpuss. Guy in the corner at a party meme. So basically, this is Saeed Qutb. And he was like, they don't even know that they're a bunch of fucking satanic, alcoholic, drug addicted, sex addicted, whores, perverts, and that they're all going to fucking hell. I shit you not. This is part of the Saeed Qutb fucking lore. Is that he went to a sock hop and he was like, Westerners are degenerates. Probably because nobody danced with him. And so as a result of his disdain and hatred and incel and volcel energy, he went back to Egypt, a very grumpy incel volcel guy, and he wrote like a Islamic ideological treatise on how to get like Islam and the Middle Eastern and North African world back into alignment with conservative Islam. And he became like a political agitator against the Egyptian government. And I think he was incarcerated. I think the Muslim Brotherhood and Hizbut al-Tahrir might have been founded, not specifically in his name, although the Muslim Brotherhood might have been. Who founded the Muslim Brotherhood? Hassan al-Banna. But yeah, I mean, you could read Qutb, you could read Hassan al-Banna, but arguably these are the guys who I know for a fact that Qutb inspired Osama bin Laden. And so Osama bin Laden was like, yeah, we shouldn't be getting fucked over by these Western powers. Yeah, we shouldn't be getting colonized. Yeah, we should have military supremacy over our enemies. Yeah, the Muslim people are asleep at the wheel, and they're slowly being conquered by a satanic, degenerate force that is corrupting their morals and sending them to hell. And the best way to shock the planet into awakening is through jihadist terrorism against civilians. And I mean, dude, it's literally like, it's like Qutb, bin Laden, and then the AQI guy, Zarqawi, who was a huge piece of shit, and then Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, and I think those are the biggest ones. But there is an ideological trench through that. And then what's interesting too, sorry, I know I'm on a Muslim yap, but you inspired it, so this is your fault. Airborne Kite, this is all your fault. The what is it? The criticism of the old king, but before MBS, king before MBS, King Abdullah. So the reason why people were frustrated, particularly Americans, were frustrated with King Abdullah was he was a social conservative. He was a very strict Muslim conservative. King Abdullah Wahhabist madrasas. So simultaneously, Wahhabism is like a giga-conservative interpretation of Islam. And basically Wahhabism, you should probably start with the Wikipedia on Wahhabism, which does seem quite long. So while we're fighting the jihadist terrorists internationally, King Abdullah is funding thousands of international madrasas that follow Wahhabism, which is a Salafi revivalist movement within Sunni Islam named after the 11th century Hanbal scholar Muhammad ibn Aban al-Wahhab. It was initially established in the Central Arabian region of Najd and later spread to other parts of the Arabian Peninsula and was the official policy of Saudi Arabia until 2022. Despite being founded on the principles of Sunni Islam, the Hanbalite scholars of Ibn Taymiyyah and Ibn al-Qayyim in particular. Wahhabism may also refer to the doctrinal differences in compared to other forms of Sunni Islam. Non-Wahhabi Sunnis also have compared Wahhabism to the belief of the Kharjites and loyalist monarchism. In 2013, a report commissioned by the EU identified Wahhabism as the main source of global terrorism. So it's, in and of itself, Wahhabism allegedly is not a terrorist ideology, but it is so socially conservative that it almost leads you up to holy struggle against the Western world. And so the Western world, particularly during Obama's years and Bush's years, were quite openly frustrated with King Abdullah because while he was selling us petroleum and while he was, letting us station our troops in Saudi Arabia, he was also promoting this form of Islam through international madrasas and basically motivating anti-Western terrorist attacks while also being our friend, allegedly. So that's where MBS, despite killing a journalist who was talking shit about him, this guy is viewed as infinitely preferred compared to King Abdullah, because while he's still socially conservative enough to not get assassinated, he lets women drive. He's not funding the madrasas anywhere near as aggressively. He probably hangs out with Instagram e-whores. He probably drinks alcohol quietly. He tolerates, you can still get busted and incarcerated for serious times for drinking alcohol in Saudi Arabia. But if you go to the UAE or Qatar or Dubai and you party in Dubai, and then you just party in Dubai and then you come back, that's not that big of a deal. So, yeah. Hopefully that's enough to get you started. I would literally, Airborne Kite, just wrapping up my 10-minute rant because I can never say anything concisely. I would seriously just read the Wikipedia on Qutb Sayyid, Sayyidqutb. I would read that. I would read the wiki on Osama bin Laden, and I would read the wiki on Wahhabism. And that'll probably be more than enough to get you started. So. He spent $600 million on a Leonardo da Vinci painting. That's sick. I mean, that shows some level of appreciation for Western intelligence, Western achievement. So I think that's based. Sock hops were the bee's knees. A poodle skirt. 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, hop. 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, hop. 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, we're gonna rock around the clock tonight. Hold on, let me show you Elvis Presley dancing sexy. So this was arguably contemporary. This was in the 1960s, so this was a decade after Elvis Presley was dancing sexy. But he's dancing sexy in a movie. But Elvis Presley dancing sexy was the beginning of the end of American moral values. So let's watch Elvis Presley dance sexy real quick. Where's Elvis? I don't want a woman dancing. I want Elvis. I want Elvis dancing. Here we go. Who says I wanted women dancing? I wanted Elvis.
Come on, everybody, take a real deep breath everybody, and whistle this tune right now. Come on, everybody, and stomp your feet real loud. Come on, everybody, take a real deep breath and repeat after me.
Okay, right here. Okay, this is it. This is why Saeed Qutb was so upset. So Elvis Presley, a degenerate, alcoholic, tobacco-abusing, pillhead rock star, and I understand that wasn't his public persona at the time, but that's what he was. Yes, correct, penis. So basically, he's dancing and clicking his hands, and he's moving his hips back and forth in such a way that you can see the outline of his dongle McBongle. And so as a result of, correct, jacking this cultural trope from black jazz clubs, allegedly, and popularizing it to the American zeitgeist, starting in the 1950s, I'm pretty sure, and then women responding by also gyrating their hips, this was the cultural downfall that led to jihadist terrorism. So hold on, let's continue to watch the degenerate collapse of American society.
Love my baby, love my baby, love my baby, hey, 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 my baby loves me, my baby loves me. Well, there ain't nothing wrong with the long-hand music like from Beethoven and Bach. I was raised with a guitar in my hand, and I was born to rock. Come on, everybody, and turn your head to the left. Come on, everybody, and turn your head to the right. Come on, everybody, take a real deep breath and repeat after me. I love my baby, I love my baby, I love my baby, I love my baby. Hey, 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 my baby loves me. Well, there ain't...
So anyways, the reason I'm kind of joking a little bit. I'm joking a little bit that Saeed Qutb came to the United States, saw Sock Hop, saw Elvis Presley, saw, degenerate liberal dancing music and all that kind of stuff, decided that instead of drinking booze and, having fun and hanging out with his friends and smoking a J and trying to get to second base with a girl, that he would instead go back to, the Middle East and North Africa and become a giga ultra conservative that wanted the Middle East and North Africa to quadruple down on social conservatism to the point that they rejected all of the Western degeneracy. But when you look at this compared to, so for instance, like I saw this on Twitter the other day, that somebody said, like, I'm still shocked by this Katy Perry music video 20 years later. And maybe it was 10 years ago, 15 years ago or whatever. But then you have Katy Perry effectively in underwear getting massaged by 7 men, and they're like smacking her butt with like baking powder, and then they like throw her into a boiling pot that then like takes off all of the baking powder, and then it reveals her in a scantily clad bikini as she increasingly gets like sweaty and wet. Like that is obviously that's like the trajectory of, liberalism. And I know you're saying this like, you might be thinking like, oh, Connor, hold on, you're getting all social conservative on me. But just think about it logically. Okay, just think about it logically. Because to us right now, this 1950s dancing, where they're just like snapping their fingers and moving their hips back and forth slightly, is incredibly tame. But without a social conservative to come in and say, no more dancing like that, you basically just extend that ad infinitum, and then you get the softcore pornography of today. Like, for instance, like WAP, wet ass P word, that would have been unconscionable in the 1950s. If somebody had made the song wet ass P word in the 1950s, the local community probably would have gotten rocks and just like thrown them at that woman until she died, So, yeah, so it's like, which way, Western man? Islamic theocratic giga conservatism or, WAP? And I think a lot of social conservatives, including myself, hold on, we've made our peace with the fact that if we are going to have to make a choice between niqabs and WAP, so let's actually look at niqab Saudi Arabia. And then let's look at, is it Cardi B? I think it's Cardi B. So if we have to make a choice between this and this, we might not like either one, but then we can start with this because at least we have the opportunity to get laid. And then we can kind of try to dial in the social conservatism and say, hey, man, maybe you shouldn't be as slutty as Cardi B. Whereas with this, when you start from the niqab direction, then effectively, if your wife ever takes her niqab off and she's caught by the morality police, then she can be incarcerated or beaten for not wearing the properly socially conservative dress. Then it seems like we would rather take Western liberal degeneracy and then try to dial it in through social criticism rather than starting with giga ultra conservative dress codes and then just risking women being beaten and incarcerated by the state for insufficiently following the religious theocratic dress code. You know? Yeah. Social conservatism is good when it's social consequences. We don't need morality police. I, relatively speaking, agree with you. I mean, I think there's like limits. Like, I think you should be incarcerated with, once your degeneracy starts affecting other people or affects your health to the point that it might as well be like slow suicide, then yeah, suicide. Did I say suicide? God, I must be tired. But yeah, we got to dial it in. You know what I'm saying? Let me pull up the Contra Points interview. Christian Valaris was saying that they found it quite boring, but
The West
effectively.
has fallen. Why? Because of the
Hold on, let's take a look. Left versus online politics, trans issues and democracy, Brandolin's laws versus debate and algorithms, BreadTube versus academia, postmodern conservatives, Saw movies, Luigi and Justice, Tarantino and ultraviolence, power versus left, daddy versus mommy politics, young men in elections, URL versus IRL. Ooh, I love URL versus IRL. That's cute. The Epstein Files, Elevator Gate, left versus liberal, right versus populist, Enlightenment and Marxism, rightward drift, and content creators. I like all of these titles. Unfortunately. I'm probably going to like this a lot. So I'll put it up to 1.15. Unfortunately, Christian Blair said it's going to be relatively boring, but I like and trust Contra enough that I'm going to watch it. And I'm probably going to enjoy it. And I don't give a fuck about the metrics. I give a fuck about the metrics, let's be real. But I'm going to sacrifice some metrics in order to do it. So I'm going to read some chats real quick before we get into it, because I love talking about radicalism and ideology and jihadism and all that shit. I love talking about all this stuff. It's actually really fun for me. So here's a 20 from Grassroots. The velvet glove does nothing unless there's a steel fist behind it. Correct. And that's unironically, that is my philosophy. Have a mailed fist. So like a fist covered in armor underneath a velvet glove. And if somebody is willing to engage in diplomacy, you engage in diplomacy. And if they don't want to engage in diplomacy, you take off the velvet glove and you punch them in the face with a metal fist, unironically. So yes, correct. This comment was late. I'm a little bit behind. That's fine. I wonder how old Elvis was when this video was made. I think he was in his like late 30s or early 40s, because I think he really hit his peak in the 1950s. Now everyone watches Dong. Apparently Kupub was especially bothered by Baby It's Cold Outside. Well, because of the implication, right? Dude, I'm from Memphis. I've had to put up with Elvis all my life. I even have a copy of the Commercial Appeal local Memphis newspaper that is only about his death. Nice. I really thought that it had more to do with U.S. bases on foreign policy and soil and the Saudi king inviting Americans in to fix some problems, oil for security, and all that jazz. That's true. If you look at Osama bin Laden's message to America, his letter to America, there's a bunch of geopolitical grievances, amongst them exactly what you've said, and support for the state of Israel. But apparently Osama bin Laden was inspired into giga social conservatism and jihadism by Qutb. Bear in mind that Osama bin Laden was active for a decade or two prior to becoming an anti-Western jihadist terrorist. He was an anti-Soviet, brave mujahideen freedom fighter in the 1980s. He was primarily a financier, but he did operate in Afghanistan during the Soviet-Afghan War. Christian Blair says, good logic, and all the maggot lawyers can fuck off with their simping for authoritarianism while claiming that the Dines are just as bad. The Dems are just as bad. Got you. Okay. Thank Brandon. That is much better at 2x speed. Check it out. No. Liberalism isn't providing that kind of projection. There's no endorsement of how rights are expressed, just that they're being protected. Right, which is cringe. So, sorry, conservative liberalism, if this doesn't align with your worldview, but effectively a lot of, apparently, according to Ryan Mullally anyways, a lot of early Enlightenment philosophers, including our own founding fathers, felt like morality should be policed within the public sphere. And so we've clearly not policed public morality for a long time. Why won't I say pussy? Because my mom's next door. My mom is working literally 5 feet that way in another office, taking video calls. So while I have no personal objections to the word pussy, I don't like saying the word pussy 5 feet away from my mom. So, personal preference of mine. Conserve says, it's a seesaw, man. The fact that you're referencing a music video from over a decade ago speaks to that. I don't know. I think WAP is arguably way worse than the Katy Perry thing. Have we had a conservative revival in pop culture that has actually policed a sex-negative perspective into pop culture? I don't think that's true at all. Gray Jedi says, the reason why I have the view that I do is that I brought up we face-to-face. I was born in an area with a gang problem. When black people live their lives keeping their noses clean or even actively stand against the gangs, people still do the per capita thing. I don't like being lumped in with gangbangers, but it does seem I can't add context to the gang problem these days without people, not you, crying about 1350. I don't think I need to beat myself up for something I actively stand against because of my skin tone. I think a lot of Muslims feel the same way. Sure, bud. And I hope you can appreciate that while I did like the per capita thing, I will always say, number one, I have a Muslim friend, maybe 2 or 3 actually. Number 2, I think that you can be a normie Muslim and it's not a problem. Number 3, we need to encourage normie Muslims to be normie Muslims. And number 4, we need to basically not bully them for still taking their faith seriously. And because it breeds... When you're like, oh, you're a devout Muslim, you might as well be an Al-Qaeda member. Then, of course, that's going to breed anger, resentment, and maybe potentially violence. And so the whole mentality, and I know it's counterintuitive, by the way, but I just want you guys to think about this for a second, because I've experienced this as well. It's when you're portrayed as the bad guy so many times and you're treated like the bad guy so many times, effectively, eventually, hey, there's your effectively, whoever says that I say effectively a lot. Effectively, eventually, what ends up happening is you're like, well, fuck it. I'm reaping all the consequences of being the bad guy, even though I'm not. I might as well engage in the bad behavior anyways, because I get treated the same no matter what. And so it actually like breeds this contempt and anger that results in people participating in the negative behavior that they're being allegedly bullied out of, which then reinforces the stereotype, which then re-encourages the bullying. So it's a very vicious cycle, but we should not participate in said cycle. Sapien Green for 50 DKK says, if the choice is between WAP and extreme conservatism, we should push the red button and reset the world right now. Moderation isn't conservative. With you, I don't think that we need to reset the entire system. We just need, in my opinion, that this is why the community of Girl Hottest exists, Sapient. In my opinion, even though we're stagnant at 50 to 150 live viewers, I think that you guys are very generous financially. We have proven that we have the capacity to make good content that gets good numbers. I just need to double down and triple down on it. And, you know, maybe we just need to play the long game and just build up the community slowly over time. Maybe that's just what we need to do. But that patience is rewarded slowly, right? So I could pull a Vosh and just start debating about pedophilia and Western capitalism in order to get attention. I could pull a Destiny and start talking about how incest is morally neutral and start debating people about incest. I could pull an Andrew Tate and start sex trafficking women to Romania in order to get enough money to buy a Bugatti. I could act like Jack Posobiec and just like endlessly fucking cocksuck Donald Trump and go, like, I could just fucking cocksuck Donald Trump into political relevance. But I think we recognize that while all those behaviors are rewarded algorithmically, they are what's destroying our society. Maybe like the incest debates and the fucking pedophilia debates. They're not destroying our society, but the hyperbole, engaging in extreme hyperbole solely for internet attention is arguably destroying our zeitgeist and our capacity to have good conversations. So maybe we just build it slow, you know? I hope you guys do enjoy me fucking like wrapping my whole mouth around the microphone. I think that's a pretty funny gif. So, Connor is now a Bonnie Blue sympathizer. I'm not. I would still involuntarily commit her to an insane asylum for evaluation after she gangbanged 1,000 dudes. But I do understand if she gets released after 48 hours with a, you know, medical prescription that she doesn't fill. You know, August Puig says, in an ideal world, in all for some wise druid forcing me to be healthier, but we don't have that at all. Oh, in an ideal world, I'm all for some wise druid, like a social leader, yeah, forcing me to be healthier, but we don't have that at all. Well, I mean, I'm trying. I don't want to claim to be a spiritual leader. I don't think I'm like a spiritual leader, but I'm trying to gently encourage you guys, like, have better relationships, work your jobs, pay your bills, maybe pay your taxes, you know, work out, eat better food, go for a walk. Like I try to tell you the simple shit relatively routinely because the simple shit builds up. Conserve says, right, which is cringe. Lol, well, we do police public morality under obscenity and indecency laws. Yeah, when's the last time any of those have been enforced? Grey Jedi says, oddly enough, I think America is how you make normie Muslims. True. I'm with you there. There was a Muslim girl in my elementary school. Her name was Abir. I hope you treated her well and were kind to her. Connor just described the downfall of principled conservatism over the last 30 years. Yep. Holy shit. Why does Connor look good? I mean, I trimmed the beard so my face is more kissable. My hair, despite being 40, and my crown thinned a little bit. My hair did thin a little bit compared to how it was like 5 or 10 years ago. But despite being thin, I still have an okay hairline and decent growth. So, I don't know. Also, I mean, I have gone outside. I went swimming with the kids multiple times in the past couple of weeks because we got a YMCA membership. And then not only that, but my mom, she forced me to go outside and do yard work over the weekend. So I'm probably a little bit more, probably got a little bit more sun than usual. Is Connor growing the community though? No, I'm not. I'm not growing us well enough. Dude, but you have to understand, man, there's only so much shit that I can do in the day. I still have to chop up 2-week-old segments into watchable content. So, you know, getting on TikTok and getting on all that shit. Not even to mention the Rhino Project. Republican in Exile says, if the Rhino Project doesn't work, I'm going to Easy's tobacco positivity movement. Okay, I mean, that sounds fun. Well, at least Connor wasn't looking at us when he did that. True. Stopped skipping the lighting tutorial. Okay. Integrity over getting the bag that costs your soul. Yes, unironically. And weirdly enough, that's part of Lauren Southern's content that I do want to watch this week. I think she talks about chasing algorithmic relevance and the bag over your actual principles and how that not only corrupted and destroyed her, but corrupted and destroyed a lot of creators she knows. So I'm actually going to be intensely interested to watch that later in the week. AK Batusai says, I would put conservative morals up against progressive ones any day of the week. Yeah, probably, me too. But it's all about dialing it in my opinion. Grassroots with a 10. For those that use it, John Aziz on X is a moderate Muslim who wants a two-state peace solution, also an excellent engineer. You will not catch him covering for 10-7. Good. Be better than me. Don't forget to like. True. Like the stream. Share it with your friends. Engage with chat, super chats. If you got a membership, so you got it. My parasocial love you. Thank you for being here. Gray Jedi says, Connor, at some point, I'd love to tell you a story about my local social working policy class in college. It's a great story. I think you'd like it. My friend who I hung out with last night is a teacher, elementary school teacher, who deals with ASD kids, like severe autism, not fun autism like we have, the not fun autism. She deals with the not fun autism, and that correlates into a lot of social work outside of the school. And dude, there were some stories in there that were truly wild. Cuff says, I'm not a regular viewer. I'm just used to you looking more homeless. Yeah. Grassroots says, oh, shut the fuck up. You don't know thin yet, Connor. You just fucking wait. Damn, bro, that sounds mean. Keep hair mogging me, Connor. I'm glad one of us gets to keep it. Well, eventually, if it gets too bad, I'll shave. Grey Jedi says, Elder Mrs. Points forcing Connor to touch literal grass's peak. I mean, yeah, that's unironically what happened. Christian Lair says, I thought I heard a statistic that 90% of bank robbers were not caught in their first robbery. Yep. So let's all go rob a bank. You know, 90% of us are going to get away with it. And then let's all pool that into the Grill Hottest Community Fund. You know? 90% of us aren't going to get caught. Grassroots20 says, so you know my bag 100% cost my soul. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. All right, you ready for the next segment? I am. I caught up with chat a little bit. I will go on to Valor Media Network and reset the goal. I do appreciate you guys. We've probably made it through on a slow day. Making it through 2 goals is fine by me. So I'm happy with that. We're well on our way to meeting that. So I'm sure in the next few hours, next 2.5 hours, we'll beat 2 goals, and that's fine. Let me find Valor Media Network YouTube so I can reset the goal, and then let me do an intro and let's get cracking. Sorry for the dead air. I'm just trying to get in here so I can log in properly, so I can check out my view. Let's click on why is it not showing me the amount? It's not showing me the amount of people who are watching. Sorry for that's the dead okay. Air. I'll just presume that it's between 50 and 100. All right. Hi guys, welcome to Contra Points. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican, and I got a special treat for you today. I have Natalie Wynn, Contra Points, one of the most insightful and interesting left-wing political commentators on the internet. She is a trans gal. She did make some banger content before she was trans too. She still makes pretty good content right now, but man, some of the old school videos when she was a dude were actually straight up bangers, and kind of make me sad that she doesn't have them up anymore. But she did an interview about how online politics became real life on the channel Doom Scroll. And she is an intelligent, insightful political commentary person. The way that I described it earlier today is I probably agree with 60 to 70% of her statements, because descriptively, I feel like she's pretty good about that. Where we kind of no longer align is in prescription. But, you know, not everybody's perfect. And I still trust her to be an intelligent, insightful, weird, cool, funny person in the online political sphere. And so as a result, we're going to check out her interview. We might skip around a little bit. Should be fun. Hope you're along for the ride. Let's go.
The West has fallen. Why? Because of degeneracy. And the evidence of that is often suggest look at modern architecture compared to a cathedral.
Right.
You know, how did this happen, Western man? Right? Ridiculous meme posts. We used to be a proper country. And the image attached to that caption is a 7-Eleven ad from the 1970s. So it's
Really?
Yeah. It's
Wow.
look at this advertising image from 3 decades ago.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be better if we were still like that?
Welcome to Doomscroll. I'm your host, Joshua Citarella. My guest is Natalie Wynn, a video essayist and content creator. I have to talk at the EU Parliament later this month.
Really?
About how the left can compete with the online right. What should I tell them?
One reason I have a difficult time answering this question is that a lot of the reasons why the online right has the reach it does are things we would not want to emulate.
Mhm.
For example, a lot of online right commentators are frankly backed by money.
Yep.
Like not like crowdfunding money,
Yep.
like institutional money.
Yeah, yeah.
And
Big money, deep pockets.
yeah, exactly. So sometimes it's like, do we want that?
Mm-hmm.
I think that for a lot of people on the left, the idea of having like oligarchs backing you would be kind of defeat the purpose.
Well, the
right?
NGOs,
Yeah.
those
No, that's
exist,
true.
liberal
That's true.
NGOs.
That's
yeah.
true. For a couple years now, people have been talking about like, what if we had a leftist Joe Rogan? Like, wouldn't like, do we want a
Oh,
leftist
yeah, I've never heard
Joe
that one
Rogan? Do we
before,
want
yeah.
a leftist Joe Rogan? I don't know. Like, I mean, I don't. But would it be useful to have one? Maybe. I'm sure I would hate it. But so what? I mean, I think the reality, you know, like if I will lecture men for not wanting to be in a coalition with their mother. Well, I also think I'm gonna have to deal with being in a coalition with some kind of leftist manosphere.
Right.
And I'm prepared to just deal with that.
Right.
Right. Like I think that part of my like realistic electoralist idea about politics is accepting that I'm gonna have to be in a coalition with a bunch of people I don't like. Because that's at a national election in the United States means having the support of a very wide group of people.
You're telling me that
Yeah.
77 million people can't belong to the same subculture?
Yeah, 77 million people are probably not going to look into the camera and say, "I'm the same kind of communist you are." Like it's
Damn it.
never going to happen.
I
means
can't
accepting
possibly
like
vote with them.
it means accepting like a wide amount of ideological diversity. And I think that, I mean, I think the reason that Joe Rogan is so successful is there's this kind of like front of like, I'll just talk to anyone and everyone is welcome. In practice, that's not really true because he doesn't really have very much in the way of like, I don't think there's ever been a trans person, for example, on Joe Rogan, except maybe Blair White, a conservative,
Oh, yeah. yeah.
reactionary trans person.
There's an ideological strain to the particular
I feel like Contra should be big enough to get on Joe Rogan. Maybe I'm tripping, but
type of guest that
yeah,
hold on.
you know, say like,
They had Andrew Wilson on, and Andrew Wilson is substantially bigger than he was a few years ago, obviously, because he found his content niche. But Andrew Wilson, you know, if you're going to have Andrew Wilson on, you might as well have Destiny on. If you're going to have Destiny on, you might as well have Hassan Piker on. If you're going to have Hassan Piker on, you might as well have Contra Points on. That seems kind of wild to me. So Andrew Wilson... Where's it? The Crucible. It's weird that he doesn't pop up as the first one considering how big he is. So he only has 344,000 subs. And he gets great viewership. So 11K 1 hour ago, 40K, 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 119, 35, 314, 47, 40, 84, 128. You do want 10% of your viewership in order to have an active and thriving channel. So if he's getting 35K and that's on his low end, this channel, while there are some videos that are underperforming, for instance, 16K 12 days ago, that is an underperforming video. But if you're getting consistently 10% of your subscriber base, that is a living, breathing channel. And if you're substantially beating that, this is a living, breathing channel. Whereas Contra is like massive. Isn't she? Contra has almost 2 million subs. I know she does just like high quality essays, but 1.7, 4.8, 6.3, 6.2, 3.1, 6.5, 7.7, 1.9. If they didn't book her, that would be fucking crazy. And I know that she might have some social anxiety about going on to the Joe Rogan Experience, so maybe she wouldn't do it. Maybe Joe would just like come up with like scheduling excuses like he did with Kamala Harris for why he wouldn't want to invite her. But I don't think it's a clout thing. I think from a clout perspective, she has enough clout that she could literally say, hey, Jamie / Joe Rogan Booker, how do I get in contact with you in order to come on with the show? And there's probably a higher than 70% chance that he would actually, that Joe Rogan would seriously consider, if not actively book Contra. So I'm not saying that this complaint isn't correct, that the only trans person that's been on the show is trans, or excuse me, is conservative, but she should try to get on the fucking show. Why not? Grassroots donated 20, but then the message was retracted. So I don't know if that was a spicy terms of service thing. But then Grassroots donates 20. Look, everywhere sucks. Everything is fucked. So, God, I'm blind. So balk the suck that sucks you best. So fuck the suck that... I think you're trying to say fuck. So, look, everywhere sucks. Everything is fucked. So fuck the suck that sucks you best. Okay, I can agree with that. That's quite wholesome for its vulgarity.
Libertarian to, you know, whatever kind of skeptic.
But I also think that, like, the right is so talented at kind of, in a soft kind of way, they love bomb, right? I mean, I've experienced it myself. When in periods, this has happened on a recurrent basis for 10 years. As every, few months, like, some large faction of the online left decides that I am, like, the villain of the month, right? And it will just be a mass, it doesn't bother me that much anymore because it's kind of become like, well, there's only so many times it can happen before you start, like, taking it less seriously. But I think that it used to really upset me, as it upsets most people when it happens initially, because it's kind of not, I mean, the normal, when a bunch of people are screaming at you and telling you you're a horrible person, I mean, the ego's instinct is to defend itself, right? But when that's often happened to me, I often am reached out to by people on the right who are like, hey, like, I see what's happening to you on Twitter, and that's, like, really horrible what they're saying to you. Like, do you want to come on my podcast sometime?
Right,
Like, that's kind of their, like, recruitment method. Is like they reach out, they sort of exploit the divisiveness and the vitriol of leftist spaces to kind of, like, lure people out.
So division.
Yeah. Well, and especially because, like, there is, like, a genuine kind of, like, tall poppy syndrome type thing on the left. I mean, we've sort of talked about
what
this.
Is tall poppy syndrome?
Okay, so tall poppy syndrome is a notion that, like, tall grass gets cut, let's say. So, like, if you rise to a certain level of prominence, the left turns on you. Yeah. And I think part of that is the same hipster mindset that leads leftists to turn on a politician who gets elected. Right? Is that it's like, well, now you're the establishment. There's a little micro version of that happens in influencer world where, I mean, early in my YouTube career, a lot of people, I think I probably have lost a large percentage of my earliest audience because a lot of people liked me because they saw me as this kind of, like, a queer transgender underdog who was like they related to. And then I got too big and they don't relate to me anymore and they resent me for getting too big. And it's like, I think that then, like, caused, like, a kind of extremely like, stringent moral purity that was expected of me and that I was not able to deliver on.
The degree to which the audience can turn on the creator also is fanatical because it was their like favorite thing. It was that subcultural identity before. And now that they feel in some way betrayed, it's like they just kind of unload all of that kind of parasocial fanaticism.
I have a parasocial attachment to Contra. So there was this classic
into this new
classic Contra episode. And I don't know if it's going to be easy to find, but it was Contra Points talking about the Golden One. Contra Points, Golden One, old video. And she did this. Oh my God, was this it? Oh God, this was so classic. Oh, is this it? This might be it. Oh, come on. I don't know if that's it or not. But there was this classic one where they were male at the time. I mean, I know they're still technically male, but you know what I'm saying. They were presenting as male at the time, or like non-binary. And there was this classic clip where the Golden One is talking, and it's this exact clip. And then he does a surprise flex where he's like talking, and then he's like, surprise flex. And then she's like, oh. in the comedic acting bit between the Golden One doing a surprise flex and Contra seeming to be truly shocked by the surprise flex. God, it's like you cannot get that level of, authentic internet reaction between Contra and the Golden One. God damn it. Some of this old stuff was so good. I'm like really sad that this stuff got removed. Is this like an old one? God damn it. She deleted all this shit. And it's borderline like lost media at this point. Contra Points Golden One Surprise Flex. I'm just going to get sad. I'm just going to get sad that she took down all this content, and I'm not sure that everybody saved it. Fucking hell. All right, I'm sorry I didn't deliver on any kind of actual, like, catharsis, but the old ones were actually, like, when she was a dude, her content was legitimately, like, I don't want to say better, but in my opinion, I actually have, like, a actual legitimate nostalgia for old school Contra shit back when she was a dude. John Kennedy says, remember when the left tried to wreck Destiny's ability to make money when he dared to call the crazy trans activist? Yeah, for sure. Like, but John Kennedy, you're not saying anything new to my audience. Like, my audience is almost, I don't want to say exclusively, but it's largely made up of liberals who are annoyed with leftists. So if you come in here and you're like, isn't it funny that the left always cannibalizes itself? Pretty much everybody in my chat is just going to go, yeah. Send Patriarch says, you ruined my whole fucking day. Thanks, man. Why? Did I ruin your day because that content's no longer available and I made you aware that that content's no longer available? Or did I do something else? So, I would prefer Contra not thinking I'm evil, but don't actually mind either way. I don't think she would think you were evil. She doesn't even think the Golden One's evil. Like she actually said that she almost admired the Golden One because for those of you, okay, hold on. I need to back up and I need to give you guys some lore. So the Golden One is a Scandinavian dude. I think he's Swedish and he lives in Sweden and he's a bodybuilder. And so he actually is quite a good looking dude who has cultivated a decent physique, but he does LARP online about the, like the Western world preventing the mass migrant rape gangs from infiltrating and subverting the West. And so he's harshly anti-immigrant, harshly anti-Muslim, race realist, ethno-nationalist, unapologetically so. And so while he had a successful budding bodybuilding career, he thought that ethno-nationalism and ethno-nationalist advocacy was his path forward. And he lost a lot of sponsorships. And I think that he got demonetized at certain points. I think his Patreon might have gotten demonetized at certain points. He lost brand sponsorships that were relatively lucrative. And so Contra was saying, like, obviously I abhor this guy's politics, but he's charismatic, he's funny, he's interesting, and I actually admire his ideological dedication that he has been willing to lose tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars in order to pursue what he thinks is morally correct, even though I find his moral worldview abhorrent. And so, yeah, Contra Points and a conservatarian would probably get along just fine as long as you weren't rude about her transness, you know? No catharsis? I got you. Conserv says the trick is to cannibalize the far left before they can cannibalize the center left. True. The center left advantage is being pro 2A. True. John Kennedy says, but those same lefties in your audience still don't treat the socialists and communists with the same level of hatred as Trump, even though they are responsible for Trump. I don't know if that's true, man. You might be barking up the wrong tree. There are some lefties who are in my chat for sure who will sweep for the far lefties, and they're basically like Pisco fans who just click into my chat routinely. But I think it's more common for the day-to-day liberals that I have. Like, for instance, Christian Valeris or Grassroots Hegemon, who's one of our conservatarians, or a Patriarch, who's a Ukrainian libertarian, or I'm trying to think of who else, but it's pretty common in my chat to fucking hate leftists. Like, even the progressives and the leftists in my chat oftentimes agree, at minimum, that their political tribe is cringe, if not outright hate some of them. So, not sure if that's true, but that's okay. Welcome to the COG.
Outlet of, oh, I actually hate that person. I've hated their stuff the whole time.
And that's not just a leftist thing. Like, I do think that on the right,
I think it's just a social media
everyone
thing.
kind of hates each other on the right too, right? Like, but they're somehow able to, like, I think maybe it's because they believe in loyalty on some level, when it counts, like they come together to support daddy, whereas the left doesn't do this. Not really.
I see.
So I don't know. It's not that there's no leftists online, but I also think that like there's a struggle to convey leftist ideas to like less radicalized people. So I mean, I think that's what Joe Rogan's real utility is to the right.
To talk to normal
is that
people.
he seems like a normal guy.
Yeah.
Right, or at least there was a
Yeah,
time when he seemed like a normal guy. He is now kind of a little bit
He's moved.
but
But he's also backed off of the Trump
I started a poll for whether or not chat hates socialists and communists.
stuff too.
Yeah. No, that's true. But I
yes,
think
big audience has to include normal people who are not like political ideologues.
and it's tough to do that on the left because if you have a guest who has said, XYZ problematic thing, there'll be a bunch of leftists online just screaming at you for platforming fascists or whatever, right? So the temptation is to maintain the boundaries of the cloisters. I don't know. It's hard to say like what the solution to that is. I mean, like you've had the Democratic politicians like Gavin Newsom like do this where he's like, I'll talk to anyone. Like, yeah, I'll talk to Ben Shapiro. Yeah, I'll talk to but people don't like that on the left. They don't like it.
Yeah.
Or like I know trans people in particular feel super betrayed by Gavin Newsom like saying he's willing to kind of back off on the trans stuff because it's not popular. It's not popular.
Well, so I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself here, but just to kind of recap, there's trying to diagnose this is actually it's a pretty big situation. Like famous Media Matters study, I think 25 says that 90% of alt media is conservative leaning, right? So the temptation is to look at that as a reflection of where the political sentiments of most people in the country are. Obviously, social media is a very distorted mirror. Not 90% of the country is conservative, obviously.
So I didn't know that.
Yeah, I mean,
there actually is a volume problem.
It's extraordinary. So they're doing a quantitative survey. There's different ways to slice the numbers. They're including like Trevor Noah is part of the left. We could dispute the way that they classify it, but I think obviously whether it's 90% or 80%, it doesn't matter. Alt media overwhelmingly conservative. And the reasons, I'm just recapping some of the things that you said. So jump in if I'm mischaracterizing, but asymmetry of resources. So you got big donors, and then just like bait, they can kind of sow division, look at trend cycles, whatever's trending, and jump on sensational topics. And then the third is that some of the positions on the left are unpopular in a majoritarian democracy. So we can fix 1 and 2. How do we deal with 3?
Well, I actually think, people aren't going to like this. I mean, I think there's certain issues on the left that the most high-profile spokespeople are actually like warranted in avoiding. Like, I personally think that at this point, like the Democratic Party should not talk about trans people. And I think that because, I mean, it's frustrating for a lot of reasons, right? Because so much of what the general public thinks, the Democratic thinks about trans people is completely information that they've gotten from right-wing propaganda. Because it's over, like the Democratic Party already, they hardly ever talk about trans people to begin with. Like I've seen so many people suggest, for example, that like, oh, Kamala Harris, like, she pushed everyone away with all that trans ideology. And I'm like, what trans ideology? How many times on the campaign trail did Kamala Harris even mention trans people? Not a lot of times.
I heard a lot about black men's crypto assets, but not trans people.
Right. Like, I mean, it's so I think that people have like really been convinced what the left talks about by right media. And in part because like, well, I think right-wing media, they've also kind of mastered rage bait, right? And that you can just like churn out this content that's just designed to like irritate people. Look at what's happening in your daughter's sports. They're letting grown men beat girls up, right? Okay, is that true? Doesn't matter. Makes people angry, gets attention, right? So I think that you say that, a lot of right-wing media says that and they say, this is what the Democrats are doing. And it's like, how much are the Democrats talking about trans sports? Basically not at all is the real answer to that question. But the right has really succeeded in convincing the public that that's what the left talks about. So
and they do it 90% louder.
90% louder, as you say. Well, the question of how to respond to that, is it to publicly start arguing on the topic of trans sports? I don't think so. Because I think that one is so losing that it's like, I mean, I think deflection is kind of the answer. It's to say like...
What is deflection?
When they like, I don't know, in a debate situation, for example, if they want to go on and on about men and women's sports, observe that they are the one who keeps bringing this up. We're not talking about this. This is not part of our agenda. You are obsessed with this, right? In other words,
Graham Flatner does this a little bit.
But to flip the obsession, to flip the obsession accusation.
Oh, I see.
Right?
I see.
Because it is like, I mean, I think back to like the sort of gay marriage debate in the Bush administration. I think one effective, or even like going back to like the 70s and the like
What was going on in the 1970s with the origin of the gay rights movement?
with Anita Bryant, who was a big anti-gay. I mean, she'd originally been like a musician and who became sort of an anti-gay celebrity spokeswoman. Her credibility, I think, was destroyed in pop culture, in part by characterizing her as this sort of priggish moralist who was obsessed with what other people are doing in bed.
Mm.
Right? I mean, I think that. So I think that the way, here's a more positive and likable way I can say my point. Like, I think that one mistake that I genuinely think that trans people have made in our political messaging is that it's always better to, especially in America, where the national character is kind of averse to being told what to do. Like, there's this kind of individualist cowboy thing
Yeah,
where
yeah.
it's like we resent the government
Mhm.
saying how to live our lives. So I think that the posture of the trans activist should be, don't tell me what I can do. Don't tell me what hormones I'm allowed to take.
Mm.
Don't tell me, you know, the mistake that goes the other direction is to lecture everyone about how they need to put pronouns in their email. Because now you're not.
I'm okay with that, but that's only going to apply to adults. And so I think that social prescription is fine, but obviously where the trans movement, insofar as it exists online and in public advocacy, where they obviously jumped the shark and lost a majority of support, or a support of the majority of the people of the United States, is effectively in sports and in teenagers. So just to break this down real quick, and I know I have a few trans members of my audience, so just bear in mind, sorry if this is transphobic, but I promise you I'm trying to be tepidly transphobic and not transphobic. So, like, combat sports doesn't fucking make sense to me, right? So, you go through a male puberty, you become an adult, you take estrogen for 2 years, and then, like, you must be allowed to punch people in the face. Like, it is a violation of your civil rights if you are not allowed to participate in female MMA. What a low fucking priority for our nation state. And the fact that, like, we had to have that fucking political fight was absurd. And the fact that we had to pretend that, like, natal males, assigned male at birth folk, participating in combat sports, if we didn't allow them to participate in combat sports, that was akin to a fucking genocide. The absurdity of the rhetoric around that time in online spaces was just fucking bananas. Okay? And then same thing with, like, rugby or football. There are plenty of, like, tough broads out there. Dude, have you ever seen, like, a New Zealander rugby player?
Telling them.
New Zealand fucking female rugby player? No offense to New Zealand female rugby players, but some of these bitches can fucking, they could probably beat the shit out of me. You know what I'm saying? So anyways, like, so could a natal male be on the rugby pitch along with these CrossFitting ass fucking females? Maybe. You know? Because these bitches look like they could beat the fuck out of me. Holy shit, some of them are built like fucking brick shit houses. God damn. You know? So team sports kind of gets, the calculus gets a little bit different, I suppose. So, but we could have figured this shit out. And we could have figured this shit out for adults. But once again, where it jumped the shark was pretending that there was no biological or physiological advantage to being a natal male that went through a male puberty and then jumped on hormones for 2 weeks. And then, you know, you're just the same as all the other girls. Obviously, that's just not descriptively true. And then the same thing with teenagers. It's like, let me lay this out real quick, even though I've laid it out before. It seems like, actually, I'll Google it. That way visualization can help. Female to male trans person. And then let's do male to female trans person. So it seems like pretty much at any point, females can start taking testosterone and they will look like some kind of dude. You know, I hate to say it, but you might look like a little femme. You might look a little, maybe you have like narrower shoulders than you want. But it seems like once you start taking testosterone as a female, you can become some kind of dude. Right? And so that doesn't really seem like a big... No offense, nobody gives a shit about... Nobody gives a shit about trans men. Because if you look like a dude, act like a dude, talk like a dude, maybe there's something a little awkward in your voice, you'll be shorter, but nobody gives a fuck. And there is a part of me that begrudges this transition. Allow me to be transphobic and sensitive a little bit. The female on the left looks like a tomboy. And sometimes the aesthetics of tomboys, I know that not all of society should be judged through the male gaze, but the loss of a tomboy to a male transition is kind of sad in a way. Like, you should be allowed to be an attractive or unattractive masculine woman, and you should be allowed to be an attractive or not attractive. I say attractive because I think the person on the left, weirdly enough, maybe I'm a little gay, but I think the tomboy on the left is attractive, you know? So I think you should be allowed to be a tomboy. I think you should be allowed to be a masculine woman. Especially if you're an attractive masculine woman. I think you should be allowed to be an attractive masculine woman. I think you should also be allowed to be an unattractive masculine woman, but you should just be allowed to be a masculine woman. That shouldn't be a fucking problem, right? So there is some kind of loss when you lose a tomboy, but I would leave that up to the individual, you know? If you're comfortable being a tomboy, you're comfortable being a hot masculine female, then be a hot masculine female, and whatever. All right, I'm just yapping at this point, so I'm not even making a solid point. But I think what is frustrating for men who become women is that if you go through puberty, you will have wider shoulders, you will have narrower hips. Breast augmentation surgery is not always male to female trans person. Yeah. Trans woman. I guess I should Google trans woman. But male puberty is hardcore as fuck. And so it does seem that if you go through a male puberty, you might be kind of stuck looking kind of like a dude. You know? So I sympathize with trans women in that regard, but I also don't have a good solution for you. It's like, do we allow trans people to transition earlier in their teenage years with a psychiatrist and a doctor and parental permission? Do we say, nope, you just need to wait as an adult? I don't fucking know what to do about this. So I moved from passionately throwing elbows in the Twitch and YouTube sphere about why transports is absurd and why there should be sane limits to transition, to now I have no fucking idea. I don't fucking know. Look up Jamie Clayton. Yeah. I would presume that she was a natal female, unless you told me that she was trans. Same thing with whoever that girl from Euphoria is. Same thing with Toftaj. Obviously, like, Toftaj challenges all of our straightness, okay? If you're a super straight and you're like, I would never date a trans girl, I think Toftaj, again, I'm not trying to be, like, too gross about it, but I think she challenges that preconception because she is so feminine. She has such a feminine voice. She has such a feminine body. that Taftaj just kind of like, if you were like a straight dude and you dated Taftaj, I wouldn't even make fun of you. I would be like, good for you. Like, listen, you might have to deal with, you know, some stuff downstairs, but you know, you do what you got to do. All right. You know, just tell you just. And by the way, here's the transition, right? Here's Taftaj as a 14-year-old male. Here's Taftaj transitioning at 18. Here's Taftaj at 25. So if you date Taftaj, I'm just going to be like, all right, good for you. Not even. I will. No, I'm not a chaser. I promise you. I do not find, no offense to trans women, I do not find trans women attractive by default. But I do think that there are passoids who make me question my super straightness. You know? It's just, you know, it's tough out there. So hold on. There's this funny, sorry if I'm being too liberal or libertarian right now, and if I have too much ADHD, I do apologize. I understand I'm a worse streamer for not actually engaging with the content and just yapping endlessly with my chat. But there is a 30 Rock Indian janitor name. Subhas. Okay, dude. So there is this Subhas 30 Rock sexuality. There's this hilarious clip, and I don't know where it is. Here's a 10-minute compilation of Subhas, the Indian janitor. And there's this clip in there towards the end of the season where Liz Lemon becomes like a super sex negative, like feminist. And she's getting a talk show for being like a sex negative feminist. And Subhas like yells at her in the hallway. And he's like, listen, sexuality is a spectrum. And I am but a humble voyager on the turbulent waves. He's like an Indian janitor yelling at Liz Lemon about the fucking complexity of sexuality. Anyways, sorry for having attention deficit disorder. Sorry for yapping for so long. Sorry for talking about the complexities of transness. And sorry for bringing up Subhas, the sexual spectrum janitor. Barabas Antioch for $5 says, you sure this is Counterpoints' channel? Because this is sounding like Wings of Redemption. Uh-oh. I don't know what cringe I did. Isn't Wings a famous lolcow? Is he a trans chaser? Grassrooster20 says, I had a dream where little trans people could walk hand in hand with angry conservatives and we could drink from the same water fountains. The whole shebang. Okay. I see that you said the whole shooting match, but I didn't want to say shooting match and trans people in the same sentence. That could get a little sensitive. Conserve says Connor's opinion on male to female isn't what makes him gay. It's his docking must be part of the naturalization ceremony position that makes him gay. Okay. I mean, is it gay to be attracted to femininity? Probably not, right? Right? Like, if there are women who have a few masculine attributes, but they still end up being super attractive, I don't think that makes you gay. And then I think that if there's, male to female passoids, I don't think that makes you gay to be attracted to them if they look like attractive women. But I think that's too nuanced for the internet. All right, last comment on trans people and whether or not they're attractive before I move on is it really does boil down to, unironically, Andrew Tate's most based fucking progressive take. So hold on, let me see if I can just find it for you so I don't even have to try to re-articulate it. Andrew Tate, Megan Fox.
And I kind of just thought...
Stop. Megan Fox, Hulk Hogan. This is unironically one of the most fucking pro-trans things you would ever hear from a rightoid. So let's just
I say a 1 and a 10. I mean Megan Fox with a dick. That's the tranny. Or Hulk Hogan with a pussy. That's the girl. This is the question I'm asking. Megan Fox or Hulk Hogan? Yeah. So you're thinking, well, I don't want to be gay, so I just click the girl, the number 1. You're gonna fuck Hulk Hogan?
You're exactly right, Mean Gene.
Okay, there's a pussy, but he's got mustache and muscles and shit. He's all hairy.
Called you a liar.
It's pretty gay to me.
Seen this thing coming, man.
Sounds pretty gay. I don't care if it's a pussy. That is gay.
Couldn't handle the load. He couldn't handle the pressure. But what really tore us apart?
yes. Oh, that was a dog, not a human. The clip is a little bit longer, but he basically says that Megan Fox with male genitals is more straight than Hulk Hogan with female genitals. Moving on.
Not to tell you what to do. You're telling them what to do. People don't like being told what to do.
Right.
So don't tell them what to do. Don't tell them what to say. Tell them to leave you alone. Right?
Need to
I
use
think
the
that's
restroom.
the
Be
kind
right
of more
back.
convincing line. Is that my temptation is to kind of argue from the kind of triviality. Like, really? You're expending this much resources on preventing essentially 10 people from competing in professional athletics. Why is this a major part of your platform? Don't you want to talk about the economy? Why? How about the price of gas? I noticed that's been increasing lately. Maybe that has something to do with the war that your party started. You know, I think that could be a pretty effective, like, whataboutism kind of retort to the transgender sports thing. It's like, why are you talking about transgender sports when the price of gas is you know, well, we'll see how it is in a couple of months, but I imagine $5. Yeah.
There's I picked this phrase up from you, but in your conspiracy video, Brandolini's law,
Yes.
that the amount of energy needed to refute bullshit, in meaning conspiracy theories in that context, is an order of magnitude bigger than that needed to produce it. So yeah, if you're trying to argue a point that is maybe not winnable, it's a useless expenditure of energy you should be talking about. I think Graham Plattner literally does this, where someone was trying to bring up trans issues in Maine, and he was like, well, what about this healthcare thing that we're not able to talk about? So I totally agree with this. I'm not going to leave you hanging out on a limb by yourself, but I think that is actually, while it may be unpopular for people who have, you know, political sentiments or share the same ideas that we do, this is what we need to advance in a majoritarian democracy, which is a uncomfortable but necessary conversation. You mentioned the leftist Joe Rogan before. I'm going to take us down a little bit of a path here because I want to hear your thoughts on this. This is maybe like the meat of what I'd like to discuss today. So post 2016, there's all of this right-wing content on YouTube.
Yeah.
I think the premier example of this was the Kill Stream with Richard Spencer as a guest. This is like 2015, 16. We're going back here. I don't fully remember the history. It's at that time the most quantitatively or unprecedented amount of viewers on YouTube. They're like, oh shit, there's a really big problem here. And so the solution we came up with at that time was, if the right is dominating alt media or social media platforms, the left needs to have a role in that. And I was one of the people who argued vigorously for this in The Guardian and mainstream publications. The thing that we came up with was the leftist video essay, because our arguments were less mimetic. They needed to be explained in long form. And then you were one of the premier, most celebrated creators in that. I have immense admiration for your work. Fast forward 8 years, 2024. The podcast election, so to speak, we're talking about Joe Rogan and the Manosphere and the Nelk Boys and who else? All these other guys are named and thanked in the inauguration or Trump's victory speech by the campaign. So our solution now is to make left-wing podcasts, right? I think Adam Friedland is doing a great job at this. There's many different examples to look at. But I see pretty much a direct analogy where this was the strategy before. Now the left needs to participate in social media. And the right is winning in the influence space, and so now we need to participate. When do we get to the point where we admit that the platforms themselves are the problem?
Well, that's a good question, because if the platforms are the problem, then what? I mean, yeah.
I have a few ideas of then what, but
I'll just say that I agree. I basically agree with the history that you've drawn. Like, I mean, I think that I was also there in 2015, noticing this exact same thing happening. I had the same experience you just described of like, I was like telling everyone about
I
this.
named you in all these articles.
And I was like, look what's happening with like the internet is going fascist. And everyone will be like, well, so what? Like, that's just the internet. They're just trolls. Like, why don't you ignore them? Like, why do you care about that?
Now they're in charge of the government.
Now they're in charge of the government.
It's
so
a
like,
big deal.
So right, we were right to take it seriously. In other words, now I think at the time I had a far over optimistic idea about how it could. I mean, my solution, and the one I tried to enact myself, was to make counter content,
Yes.
right? To make content that would sort of debunk or argue against or attempt to present like an attractive alternative, right? Where, because at the time, what I diagnosed as the problem was that you had this kind of right wing that seemed sort of fun in terms of like they're edgy, transgressive.
Do you know how fucking hard it has been to get people on the show to admit that it was like attractive to people? Yeah, that it was like.
This is super interesting to me. I'm sorry that I missed the introduction of Brandolini's Law or whatever. But effectively, what's weird is Contra is part of the reason why I'm such a chill guy. I'm not kidding. Like if she was looking for conservatarian right-wing bros who could actually understand left-wing arguments and therefore not diehard go into like neo-fascism, she unironically got me with some of her argumentation. Because you have to understand, like, this was the dynamic. Indulge me a brief rant. And thank you. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got a memberships, if you got them. So what was happening in the 2010s was the Facebook, because I was on Facebook, I wasn't even on Twitter. Facebook was considered a legacy platform used by boomers even back then, but it was still popular enough from the transition from MySpace that you still had all your high school friends, right? And so what happened was MySpace was the highly customizable, super networked website, but Facebook replaced it because it had a better algorithm for social networking where you could find more friends and friends of friends. And weirdly enough, even though MySpace had a lot of customizability that I actually miss, I miss being able to put your music on it. I miss being able to like use simple code in order to customize your background. The truth is that it was just better for social networking. So you social network on Facebook, but then you start like talking about politics and none of your real world friends give a shit about politics. So you find a few Facebook groups that are correlated around a creator. It could be Joe Rogan. It could be Jordan Peterson. It could be, you know, I don't think Andrew Tate was around at the time, but whatever. I joined some Jordan Peterson groups because I actually did. It was like 17, 18. And Jordan Peterson was fucking cool back then. I fucking loved Jordan Peterson, especially during 17 and 18. But what ended up happening was there was this like drift right where effectively what was happening was everybody was screenshotting. And I say everybody, but it was really dissident right-wing freaks. Dissident right-wing freaks were finding the edgiest shit on the internet that left-wingers were posting. And basically, my news feed in the Facebook groups was, here's an Islamic terrorist attack. Here's some cringe leftist bullshit. Here's a commie Antifa LARPer at the whatever free speech protest in Charleston, waving in a fucking poster of Mao and or a tanky fucking Soviet flag. Here's this post saying that we need to kill white males. Here's this fucking 10-second clip of a feminist saying that if you have a male fetus, then you should abort it. I'm trying to think of what else, but it was basically like an anti-left-wing radicalizing group because they would find the most fucked up shit on the internet, post it to those Facebook groups, and basically get you pissed off. And I mentioned this in a previous episode, but one of the things that kind of made me think, oh, this is kind of horseshit, was when I started noticing that some posts weren't posted with the metrics. So there was like some like, you know, let's kill all white people. And that was the Twitter post, but they didn't have the retweets, the likes, or the comments on it. And so what I started doing was I started searching those posts and finding them and realizing that they were getting fucking raped on Twitter, right? Like the people who were saying like hashtag let's kill all white people, they were getting fucking raped. And they weren't just getting raped by like right-wingers who were pissed off at anti-white racist rhetoric. They were getting raped by liberals and progressives who were like, no, this is fucked up. Fuck you. Right? And so as a result of that, I was like, oh, I'm in like a silo of conservatarian right-wingers who like Jordan Peterson and the intellectual dark web, but they are also self-radicalizing because there's a few dissident right-wing shitbirds who are taking the most extreme left-wing rhetoric and then constantly reinforcing this worldview that anybody left of Joe Biden is effectively like an Antifa, super soldier, anti-Western fucking freak who wants no borders and to allow endless Mexican jihadists into America. And that's like really where I started like poking at information. I was already consuming Contra Points, but I consumed more Contra Points. I obviously found Destiny and Vosh and Dylan Burns and the debate brosphere and all that kind of shit. So I was still holding on to my conservatarian roots. But at the same time, like I kind of realized that my side was actively lying to me on purpose to get me pissed off in order to fall into the Trump cult. And so as a result, I was like, fuck this. Like, you know, like I'm still going to hold on to the conservatarian shit that made my politics, but I'm also not going to be like led by the nose into, you know, whatever this fucking Trump dick sucking fucking cult is. Because that's what it became, by the way. What it became was like, look how the left is bad. 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 And I can admit that shit all day. I think you guys know that I'm a pretty like ardent critic of liberals being pussies, of progressives being too radical about being nice to minorities, even at the cost of their own detriment, and then leftists being ahistorical, economically illiterate, political, ideological enemies of the United States, and progressives and liberals tolerating them way too much. I think you guys know that I've espoused that worldview tons of times. But just because I think that that's true doesn't mean that I should blow Trump. And I think a lot of conservatarians fell into that trap. They were like, in order to prevent the lefty takeover of America, you must fillet Donald Trump at every moment of the day. And I was like, that's fucking gay. And I don't want to do that. And you're lying to me about some of the shit that's happening in the country. So fuck you too. And yeah, that's my politics.
Countercultural, it was edgy, it was punk.
It was completely intuitive to me at the time.
If
why
you're
I
like
was
a
attracted.
14-year-old boy, like that's just awesome.
Especially.
You know?
Yeah. And because like so much of that content, well, at the time it wasn't called woke, it was called SJW, Social Justice Warrior. And so much of the right-wing media on YouTube at the time was about dunking on that, taking angry feminists, triggered feminists, and then dunking on them. Ha ha ha, you're so stupid, you're so illogical.
Sargon of Akkad.
Yeah, exactly, that type of content. And so my idea was to counter that by creating a persona, basically. A persona that's not that far from my actual personality, which I'm also irritated by moralism, basically, right? Like I find that I'm attracted to the transgressiveness, right? And so I thought like, look, I can do this in like a non-priggish way. And I got somewhere with that. But the thing is like, ultimately, I think partly it is Brandolini's law type stuff. And partly it's my own artistic ambition in a way that impeded the ability of me to mass produce content in the way that the right-wingers do.
It was also people in like our role is that we're in media, and journalists would say this too, but indirectly they were saying that people like me are the answer, that we can make better narratives, and that was also allowing them upward mobility and opportunity. But you've anticipated exactly where I'm bringing this. Brandolini's law, I recognize at a certain point that, you know, whatever kind of downward mobility, post-neoliberalism.
Oh, Shapingro, don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted at all. If calling out the crazies on the left is a form of bad actions on the right, it's not. What do we consider the equivalent faction on the left only ever pointing to crazies in the center? It's the same thing. It's the same bad behavior. And do not think that pointing out insane left-wingers is a bad thing. It's not. Pointing out insane left-wingers in a dishonest way is what's bad. So for instance, if there's during the BLM riots, if there was a tweet that said, let's kill all white people, and it was not a Poe, it was a sincere tweet, and it was getting raped in the comments. They were like liberals, progressives, conservatives, libertarians all saying, you're a fucking idiot, kill yourself. and then you screenshot that, the kill all white people, and then you crop it so you don't show the comment that there's like 2 likes and 10,000 comments. That's like, obviously, if you don't understand it, that's a ratio. That means that there are more people who hate your tweet than like it. And so as a result, that's not a problem because everybody's basically saying, go fuck yourself. But let's say instead you have a leftist commentator who is currently doing the DC circuit through mainstream media news publications and rubbing elbows with elected representatives. And they're saying that Hamas and Hezbollah are morally righteous freedom fighters who didn't do nothing wrong. And October 7, 2023 was a predictable but also glorious revolution that, Israelis just have to reap, Israelis just have to reap the fucking whirlwind because they're a settler colonial state. And so if babies get shot to death, it's no skin off my ass. Then obviously you need to call that person the fuck out, right? So that's where, for me, it's not about calling insane leftists out. That's a good thing. It's doing so in a dishonest way that radicalizes conservatarians into being fascists. That's the bad part.
Whatever we're in now, this was producing more right-wingers than we could recruit and educate by using alternative media. Do you feel like the DRAD project was a success in that period, or how do you look back on it now?
I don't think I would say it was a success. No, not the de-radicalization aspect of it. And that's for a couple of reasons. One is I just don't think the leftist video essay is not a solution to the problem of overwhelming.
And I'm sorry, this is just a brilliant sentence, and I love it. Grassroots Hegemon said, use his last chakra to make Jordan Peterson his Horcrux. I love every sentence or every word that came out in that sentence.
Right-wing propaganda.
Right.
It's just too niche, and it has an audience that it appeals to, certainly, right? Which makes it a viable career. But is it a solution to right-wing radicalization? No.
Right.
I think part of the reason is that here's a way I've really changed in how I view de-radicalization.
Okay.
I actually don't think anyone gets de-radicalized on the internet. I think that the internet is where you get radicalized.
Sure.
I think what de-radicalizes people is being offline, is having community, is having meaningful work,
Correct, which is why we have to hybridize reality in the online space. Kay says the left wing does this all the time. It's not unique to the right. You're right, Kay. And this is part of the reason why I got frustrated with Destiny, not so much Hutch. I think it was literally Destiny and the DGG aspects of the community. Probably Pisco, DGG, Pisco, Destiny, and Josiah to some degree, Pondering Politics. And the reason why I was getting frustrated with them is they could not admit that they were taking a fucking W, right? They couldn't admit. They're like, oh, and Josiah's not as bad as the other ones, by the way. But they couldn't say, oh, Indiana Republicans were going to gerrymander, but then the Trump administration threw their weight around, and as a result, the Indiana Republicans told the fucking the Trump cult to fuck off. That's an awesome development. When they tried to, and by the way, they probably did this in the background, even though we didn't hear about it as much. But when they tried to sell the Department of the Interior or whoever runs the Forestry Service, when they tried to sell like 300 million acres of federal land to private companies, and effectively the entire right rose up as one and said, fuck you, you're not selling our national heritage, and the Trump administration actually had to back off, that was an awesome development. Thomas Massey, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and Lauren Boebert, despite Lauren Boebert and Marjorie Taylor Greene still being schizophrenic conspiracy theorist pieces of shit, them coming together as Republican defectors in order to pass the Epstein bill, that was fucking amazing. And it's probably done incredible amounts of optical and political damage, not only to Donald Trump and his legacy, but also to his proxies. Like Marco Rubio and JD Vance are incredibly vulnerable in the general election of 2028, if they are the elected officials for the Republican Party, if they're the nominees, they are incredibly vulnerable to being held accountable for the Epstein files. Because basically, if the Epstein files are released in their entirety, and we realize how damaging they are, then you can hold them accountable for sweeping for it. And if they don't release it, then you can be in the general election campaign and say, I'm Gavin Newsom. The Republican Party so far has refused to hold the Trump administration accountable for the release of the Epstein files in compliance with Congress. And if you elect Marco Rubio or if you elect JD Vance into the presidency, they are going to cover up the most prolific sex trafficking political scandal in American history. They will continue to sweep for the powerful Epstein class. They will continue to sweep for Donald Trump's legacy because they're his fucking cock sleeves. And they proved so in the past 4 years. Therefore, if you actually want the Epstein files to be released in their entirety, you have to elect me. And I'm not kidding. That would rape Marco Rubio and rape JD Vance in a general. So, you need to see those Republican W's where some Republicans are waking up and actually throwing elbows against MAGA. And do you have to praise them for it? No. But can you just wake up and feel the change in direction of the war? It is shifting back to the liberals. And so pretending that you're in an existential fight where you must assassinate every Republican is fucking cringe and gay and lame and dumb as fuck. Sorry to my homosexual viewers. I love you. I'm sorry for using gay as a pejorative.
Having, connections to other people.
Not being socially atomized.
Not being socially atomized. Yeah, that's what de-radicalizes people.
Yeah.
So I think that everyone on social media tends to get radicalized. A worry that I have about the leftist podcasts as a solution to the right-wing podcast is that it also kind of becomes a new form of radicalization that I question the utility of. In other words, a lot of political podcasts, in one way or another, end up having a kind of Fox News-like function, or Rush Limbaugh-like function, where I do think that in some ways the political podcast is kind of Fox News for millennials, where okay, you're listening to an angry man talk to you all day about what to be angry about.
Yeah,
that's obvious. I mean, that has been a winning formula for decades for media, and I think that would I prefer them to be listening to a leftist angry man? Absolutely. But I also think that, I don't know, sometimes I just look at the state of it and it's okay, well, we've gone from Fox News screaming about the Democrats all day to Marxist podcasters screaming about the Democrats all day. I know that I'm regarded as a Democratic shill in many of these spaces, and I'm certainly not beating that allegation at the moment. But the reason that we view the right-wing media as so damaging is that it costs people to vote for Donald Trump. Don't we want people to not to vote for more liberal candidates? To me, that's the goal. And I worry that the kind of left-wing radicalization, it lures the audience into a kind of impotent radical chic or something, where it's okay,
subcultural.
Yeah. You're in an oppositional counterculture that views non-participation in politics as basically the pragmatic outcome of because posting isn't participation, it doesn't count.
Can I give an example here just to kind of codify what we're talking about? So the thing that I think was missed in the Joe Rogan analogy is that it's a mainstream podcast that's not about politics. That's why normal people like it, because they're talking about all sorts of stuff and it's, fun or lighthearted. Politics is happening, and so that's the thing to comment on if you're in a weekly news cycle. Here's what's happening today is my take on it. That kind of naturally happens. But the problem with the kind of political media first, or left-wing Joe Rogan or leftist video essay thing, was that the buyers of political media are not the median or modal voter in the US. And so if you look at these quantitative analytics from subcultural communities, I'm going to give a weird example here, so bear with me. In the furry community, there's a staggering statistic that 70% of the people who participate in that subculture have purchased an original piece of art, meaning they have spent their money to consume something from that subculture. If you're publishing, let's say a Substack that's about tennis or whatever kind of mainstream thing, you could expect to monetize about 7% of your following. So if you look at the fringes or subcultural interests that are not mainstream, there's an order of magnitude increase in people's willingness to pay and contribute towards that. And when you lead with the politics, kind of just as we described before, the asymmetry of resources, the distortion of the attention economy, all of these things, that is an additional multiplier on how distorted the landscape is of people's actual sentiments. So it becomes really, really difficult to advance the necessary broad coalition of 77 million people that are all going to make a shared decision and have a coherent narrative if we're starting from the like vanguard political leftist position.
Right, which is not going to attract 77 million people, which is not.
It's not. No, it is necessarily a vanguard. It is not the popular will.
Right. Yeah, well, I do think that some of them, I mean, even in the video essay, peak left video essay era, like a lot of the people who were doing that most effectively helped build an audience in part also by talking about some other thing, video games, movies.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And then politics was
video
kind
games
of
are fascist
a
also. By the way.
Yeah. Well, video get like Steve Bannon figured this out in 2014. Like that way that, you know, he noticed that online gaming spaces were basically a huge resource of frustrated young men without much political direction. And he just saw that this was exploitable. And so that...
They are, however, in functioning economic socialist models, like the internal guild organization is a workers' co-op. So there is an incredible irony here.
But I feel like that has not been effectively...
Oh, shut the fuck up. It's all, there was not a single clan, guild, gaming space that was run as a socialist cooperative. I'm sorry. I know that is the dumbest thing to focus on in reference to this content. I should be oh my God, that just pissed me the fuck off. Are you shitting me? Is this guy a dumbass? Like, what the fuck? Dude, every clan I was ever a part of was a horrific meritocracy. And what I mean by that is you had to be good at the game, or you had to be funny, or you got the shit bullied out of you. And in reference to like trading resources in game, there was no decommodification of basic human needs or workers owning the means of production. What the fuck is this guy talking about? Was I in all the clans? No, but I was in a few. Holy shit. And somebody was like, yeah, where are the EVE Online commies? Dude, I'm unironically going to pull this up. EVE Online trailer. This is one of the largest massive multiplayer online games that's been running for like a fucking decade. And effectively, there are really complex clans, right? Literally dozens or hundreds of people coordinating spaceships from like fighter sizes to carrier sizes to merchant vessels to, you know, battleships to capital ships and cruisers and, you know, space stations and all that kind of bullshit. And effectively, there's like merchant guilds who are in a defensive pact in where their primary goal is not military, it's economic. And so as a result, they focus solely on consuming interstellar resources and then building up their guild, and the war faction is a secondary faction. And then there's secondary factions where war is the primary purpose, but nowhere is there a moneyless, stateless, classless society, and nowhere is there the decommodification of basic human needs or workers owning the means of production. So this asshole coming out and saying, isn't it so ironic that all the gamer bros are gaming and they're brought up in a socialist clan? That was one of the most politically illiterate and video game illiterate statements I've ever heard in my entire life. That was absolutely fucking insane. That was, what the fuck is that guy talking about? That was wildly ignorant. Dude, I've been alive for 40 years. That was one of the most incorrect phrases I have ever heard uttered ever. That was crazy. Where the fuck did that come from? Real serious for 100 Argentinian pesos. The point is dumb because the Venezuelan lore in RuneScape just highlights how much capitalism owns everything in virtual worlds. Basically, Venezuelans mine gold as a real job and change the RuneScape economy. Yeah, that's another thing. That's another thing. Dude, there were World of Warcraft players and RuneScape players who realized that they could grind for commodities in video games and sell the digital commodities in video games, and that would be more economically profitable than the socialist country that they work in that was dying from hyperinflation. What the fuck are we talking about, man?
As effectively used by the left as it has by the right.
Yes. Before we get too sidetracked on this side quest of video games, I want to refocus us on how do we make online discourse work? I think it's in the conspiracy video, but you talk about we need good conversations to do democracy. I'm paraphrasing here, but what are the kind of preconditions for this Habermasian public square? How do we have good conversations for deliberative democracy?
It's harder than ever, is my feeling. Like, I used to think this was possible. I mean, I used to go on these like debates even with right. So there was two problems with it, with debating right-wing people. One is that the right-wing people they're not interested in participating in a Habermasian public square. They're interested in owning you for clicks, right?
Damn it.
Yeah. The second,
That's all I had.
And then the second problem is that your own leftist audience feels betrayed that you dared talk to someone on the right because they suggest that maybe means you're betraying them and you're maybe thinking of going over to the right, because why would you talk to someone on the right if you weren't on the right?
Right.
It's very hard to overcome this guilt by association thing. So it's like a pincer. Like you're discouraged from doing it both by the way you're treated by the right, which is as an exploitable resource for them to create attention moments, and you're criticized on moral grounds by the left for associating with the enemy, which kind of.
Somebody says, I feel like this is a, oh, you didn't even use an anti-trans slur. I read the anti-trans slur. So Bud123 says, so Contra Points is a grill hottest now? Arguably always was, and she just knew how to articulate far-left ideology really, really, really well. So when she became Tabitha, the cat Antifa girl, and took that on as a personality, people just assumed that that's what Contra was like in real life. Whereas she was probably always like a liberal social democrat. By the way, liberal social democrats can be a part of the coalition. I don't give a fuck. So she was probably always a liberal sock dem. So I thought you called her a Han, which like
made it to me just.
I think Han trans lingo. Han, short for honey, is a term of endearment in general usage, but within specific online transgender communities, particularly 4chan LGBTs board, is used as a derogatory term for a trans woman who doesn't pass. And so there's like a Han and a passoid. And so, yeah. But weirdly enough, and I'm really not trying to be transphobic at all, I think Contra Points actually, like, she isn't like a full passoid, but she has good angles where I think plenty of straight men would date Contra if she was AFAB. So I don't think she's like, so for instance, like, I could see some of y'all dating her here. I could see some of y'all dating her here. I could see a lot of you dating her here. I could see a lot of you dating her here. 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 Here, absolutely. Yeah. Here, absolutely. Here, absolutely. Here, absolutely. So yeah, she is neither Han nor passoid in entirety. So I do not think she is Han. I do not think she is full passoid.
It's not worth doing at all.
Right.
Now I'm sure some people are able to do this. Like, men have to do this. I'll just say it. I can't do like
debate.
Yeah, debate favors men.
Yeah.
Because it favors assertiveness, aggression, owning the enemy with facts and logic. Oh, even like it's not that women can't do that; they can. It's just that when women do it, it's perceived as like unfeminine
bitchiness. And by the way, in my opinion, that's why a lot of people hate Erudite. Because she can be abrasive, can be obnoxious, can be annoying in a debate setting. But she's not any more she's not any more annoying, abrasive, or aggressive than many of the dudes who are in the debate space. But because she's a female, it does come across as like condescending and kind of like a teacher, like chiding you, you know? And so that rubs a lot of people the wrong way. And I don't care. Like, dude, if you don't like, Erudite because she comes across as like condescending and kind of like an elementary school teacher who talks to you like an asshole, like, that's fine. So.
And aggression.
Did you ever see that movie, Town Bloody Hall?
No.
Jermaine Greer and who was the, I forget the name of the writer. Do you remember the writer? Norman Mailer, right?
I have seen that. Yeah.
But it's like I'm not on his side of the argument, but like his basically being a dick to them was incredibly powerful versus these like very comprehensively and like well-spoken arguments against him. And he's just like, yeah, that's all bullshit. Like, and it was, it's really strong in a debate format.
Yeah. Trump, just by pure force of intimidation and like aggressive posturing, is able to be perceived as winning.
So I agree that debate is in some cases necessary. And I don't think, just to be very clear on all these things, like it's good to have leftist video essays. It's good to have leftist podcasts. We're just saying that it is insufficient to win in the scale of the national election. And if that's the strategy that we're trying to achieve, we need more on top of it. What do you think about, repealing Section 230 for platforms that have algorithmic recommendation?
I don't know. I mean, algorithmic recommendation as opposed to what?
As opposed to like Substack, Patreon, you voluntarily opt into a thing. It's not recommended to you. And so that reduces proportionally the sensationalism and the advertising revenue engine. It doesn't necessarily eliminate extremism, but it means you have to like click in. Almost, you gotta opt in.
It's hard not to think that would be good. At this point, for me, I think I don't know how I don't know. I think that's going to be fought very intensely by the most powerful people in the country, because that's what they make a lot of money from it.
So I agree.
Yeah.
But we are watching with this takeover of TikTok.
Yeah.
Right. I'm trying to chip away at this because I agree. These are the libertarian like techno-capitalist class is basically the most powerful people that have existed in human history. Right. How are we going to like force a law against them?
Yeah.
But they're kind of doing it already with TikTok.
Yeah,
like they may actually put parameters around political speech on social media anyway.
Yeah.
And so there may be a few avenues of
TikTok have like American, I mean, because I feel like with TikTok, they're able to sort of frame it as like foreign interference with American media, whereas, you know, we have like our own domestic oligarchs who are going to defend Facebook and Twitter and Instagram and YouTube, right? But I do think that, well, I don't know, I mean, Twitter's kind of a fascinating situation because I feel like Elon Musk took that thing over and basically they trust busted themselves, basically, right? Like they completely unforced, like created all these other Twitters that you can join, Threads, Blue Sky, you know. I mean, I don't think those have the.
Not yet.
Yeah, I mean, the other problem is that like the thing about that algorithm is it's like they really are they're selling us crack. They really are.
Yeah.
Like I'm hopelessly addicted to that thing. Like, to be honest, Twitter anyway.
Okay.
And it's partly because of the chaos and the. I mean, I find Blue Sky boring.
It is boring.
It's boring.
Yeah. I also don't believe that if a platform is predominantly leaning in one political direction, that like we should just send all of the liberals and leftists over to Blue Sky. Like I think you actually need to have those voices in the right-wing dominated platform like Twitter. And I picked this up from Ro Khanna, actually. I wasn't sure that this was an actual thing that people are going to move forward with, but it does seem like there's legislation around it. And I'm kind of, you know, I put the now like 8.
Okay. Unfortunately, Christian Blaros was right. Okay. I think it was a little dry for my taste. The steak is a little dry. I don't even know if I'm really going to turn it into content. I think the most entertaining thing that we drew out of it was simping for random trans women, which is kind of funny. But realistically, it's like, I trust Contra to be insightful. I trust her to lay out the arguments as she perceives it, be an honest interlocutor, be a honest person who's talking about politics in a way that feels like sincere and earnest and trying to make the world a better place and all that kind of stuff. My criticisms of her are effectively laziness and cowardice. What I mean by that is, in reference to laziness, it seems like she's doing like one video essay a year. And besides that, she's just doing community hangouts on Patreon for like $10,000 a month because everybody wants to be your friend, including me. And that's all she's really doing. Like one video essay every 6 months, one video essay every year. And now that they're not even really on current event political shit, it feels even less relatable. And so her kind of like extricating herself from politics has been frustrating for me on a personal level. And so in my mind, that's cowardice and laziness. So I do like that she's coming back into the Twitter sphere in order to throw elbows. I do like that she's coming onto this random Josh Citarella interview thing in order to do a sit-down interview about politics and all that kind of stuff. But, you know, have we seen anything besides liberals and progressives need to be smarter about the way they do their politics? Absolutely true. Leftists can be annoying, but they're probably going to be a part of the coalition. Absolutely true. Maybe we need to be smarter about social media in order to regulation, social media regulation. That's what they were just talking about. You know, social media regulation needs to be more of a thing. That way we can improve national discourse. Probably true, but I'm hesitant about it because I kind of like the Wild West over an over-regulated society, I suppose. And so, yeah. So that you know what? There's just not enough penises. There's not enough boobs. There's not enough butts. There's not enough violence. There's not enough schizophrenia. So as a result, I think I'm going to move into the next segment. So you do say, somebody said, Conserve says, you went from Contra is refreshing to the steak is a little dry. At least we get to goon at Passoids. The truth is the truth, man. You know, I don't know what you want from me. I don't know what you want from me. Okay, like if it can be destroyed by the truth, it should be destroyed by the truth. The steak is a little dry. It's still steak. Like I'm happy on a Monday morning. I got to wake up and hang out with my 50 to 150 internet digital media autistic friends. And, you know, kind of consume the content du jour and yap with fucking people. But, you know, it's kind of, I'm happy I'm awake. I'm happy I'm with you. I'm happy we've gotten to hang out. I'm happy this is my job. I'm happy I got to see Contra Points do a little bit of a comeback. But I'm also afraid that this steak is a little dry. So, sorry. Andrew Wilson, trigonometry. One of you guys sent me, and I hope that you're here in chat right now. You sent me a clip, allegedly, of Andrew Wilson butchering meta-ethics. So this might be another tough one where I might have to fast forward in order to get to the meat. But we are going to do some Andrew Wilson tent because I feel like it. So... Hi guys, welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican, and today we're going to be checking out Andrew Wilson on trigonometry. I know that a bunch of conservatarians are, well, actually the conservatarians are probably going to love this. A bunch of my liberal and progressive audience members are not necessarily going to agree that, or not only not agree with it, they're not going to enjoy it, because they believe that Konstantin Kisin, let me bring these people on my screen so you guys can see it. So constantly kissing boys, the Russian, Ukrainian, Jewish guy in the back is a contrarian right-winger who constantly has to steel man the right and constantly has to poo-poo the left because he doesn't like immigration or some shit. I don't fucking know. And then this English guy just kind of sits here and sometimes he adds an insight, but realistically 90% of the time he's silent. Very awkward, but who cares? I don't know. He serves some purpose. And then Andrew Wilson is obviously the angry Christian nationalist debate bro who weirdly enough is not racist. It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird like how aggressive and sexist he is while not being racist. But he's obviously made his bones calling women whores on the internet. And so, you know, we used to be debate bros. We used to hang out. I went onto his show very early on when it was like, you know, 100 live viewers. And I do applaud him for his success in finding success by bullying e-whores. Now, clearly, the Andrew Wilson fans will say, well, he does more than just bully e-whores. And I guess technically, descriptively, that's true. But anyways, let's see him talk about Christian nationalism with a bunch of contrarian right-winger dickheads and see if we can break something down out of it. Let's go.
And the outcomes of Christian ethics, even on secular society, are the best outcomes. That's the case I would make for why I think Christians should be in charge of basically everything.
What you're talking about is dominance by one group over everybody else. because we've got a better view, right?
Yeah.
You would outlaw.
Ooh, I've heard Hosbar make this argument, okay? Because what Hosbar does in order to try to turn me against Destiny, he's made this argument many times. He says, imagine if all of society was governed by Christian ethics versus imagine if society was governed by Destiny's ethics and morality. And so he tries to extrapolate the level of hedonism and nihilism that Destiny engages in, which is not necessary to liberalism, but obviously is tolerated under the liberal system. And then he tries to say, well, what if everybody followed Christian values? And here's the thing, okay? If we all followed the Beatitudes, if we all followed, when somebody strikes you on the cheek, give them your other one. When somebody asks you for a cloak, give them your jacket as well. When somebody asks you to walk 1 mile with them, walk with them too. All that kind of shit. When you take the Beatitudes, which I don't even know what the Beatitudes are, I'm just using that word because somebody else said it and I thought it was funny. But when you take like Christian religion, New Testament religion, and you actually boil it down to the messages of kindness, charity, treating the poor well, trying to alleviate human suffering through generosity, humility, and all that kind of shit. I fucking love Christianity. Okay, I love all the prescriptions of Christianity. But I often find that Andrew Wilson and his ilk are not really proclaiming that part of the Christian message. Oftentimes what they're proclaiming is, don't be gay, don't be trans, don't engage in fornication, don't do drugs, and if you do, you're a piece of shit. Also, if you don't believe that Christ is the Messiah, you're going to hell and you can suck a proverbial dick. And so for me, it's like, you can appeal to the Beatitudes, which I should probably Google because I keep using the word, but you can appeal to Christian morality as prescribed by Christ himself, and I think that shit's dope. But if you appeal to the way that Christians conduct themselves, not so much. And so even though Hosbar's not here, I'm making an argument against him. I don't think that most people are going to read Christ's teachings and then start behaving better. I think they're going to be a lot like a lot of Christians, where they think because they believe in the Messiah and they prayed for forgiveness once, they can be an asshole, which is not a scripturally supported perspective. But a lot of Christians literally think that. They think, oh, well, I believe Jesus Christ is the Messiah, and I know that I'm a sinner, and I ask for forgiveness of my sins. Therefore, I can do whatever the fuck I want. And that's actually like not scripturally supported at all. Grasser10 says, let's talk about Destiny sucking on wieners because I think it's important. Constantly kissing boys. True. Thank you for the 10. Barabas Antioch for the 5 says, I wish we could have gotten Andrew Wilson versus Fred Phillips debate. That would have been funny as fuck. I don't know who Fred Phillips is, but feel free to enlighten me.
Homosexuality.
Sure. Well, I would outlaw homosexual marriage.
But not but isn't homosexuality wrong also?
Sure, it's immoral.
So
but
why wouldn't you outlaw?
You don't need to necessarily always place a law in against something which is immoral. I don't even understand what the purpose is of the vote for women. What is it? What is the point here?
Because it affects them as much as it affects us.
I've never seen a great reason why women should be able to vote. Because they can vote to send men to war that they themselves do not have to go fight. Why do women get exempt from that? If you want me to be blunt,
why do you hate leftists?
They're psychopaths who are going to destroy everything that I care about through suicidal empathy.
Well, Andrew Wilson, welcome to Trigonometry.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Great to have you on. Tell us about you, your background, how you've come to be where you are, and also, some of the things that you've become well known for talking about and debating.
Well, I'm known as maybe the premier blood sport debater on the right-wing side. I debate almost every issue imaginable from a Christian foundational view, including politics. So the way I got in the space was by pure accident. It was during COVID-19. They had shut all the businesses down. I was a robotics mechanic, and I worked in meat plants. And they shut those down in Michigan because the governor at the time, her name is Gretchen, she's still the governor, Gretchen Whitmer. That was part of like her whole device for Michigan was shutting everything down. So I was basically furloughed. And when that was happening, I was extremely pissed off. And so what I did was I went on Facebook and other places like this and started arguing with stupid progressives, much like the Coomer Gremlin, who you recently debated, people like that. And some of them actually had little video shows. And so I started to ask to come up and talk to them. Hey, why don't you have me up on your little show here? And then I'd go on the show and obliterate them. And after a while, that picked up a little bit of steam. People started putting it on YouTube. And then the content became popularized. And here I am. Never thought in a million years I'd be an entertainer. And I never thought in a million years that I would be engaged in as many high-profile debates as I have been.
And why do you enjoy doing
I gotta take his class, man. I gotta take the class. Okay. Listen, I'm sorry for being an asshole, and my apologies to Andrew Wilson before I go on the rant that I'm about to go on to. So, I don't think that Andrew Wilson is a skilled rhetorician in this capacity. Allow me to articulate it. He is good at outlining a worldview, sticking to that worldview, trying to find, holes in his opponent's logic that doesn't line up with his pre-established worldview and talking points, and then returning to those talking points repeatedly with which to beat his opponent like a cudgel. But that's not debate for the sake of, understanding. This is like a classic sin of mine. There's debating to win, and there's debating to understand. And unfortunately for my career, I have always debated to understand, which means that I go into an argument with my preconceptions and my biases and my understanding of the world, and then I articulate it as the best I can to my opponent and the audience. And then when they bring up with reasons and information for why I'm wrong, I try to defend my argumentation based on whatever information is inside my head. And then number two, I also try to fight. If they say something that's illogical, ahistorical, stupid, et cetera, then I try to point out the lack of logic, the stupidity, the lack of historical support for their perspective. And that's what I try to do, right? And then, but what that does is it puts you in a weakened position. Because what you could do, which I do think that Andrew Wilson does, and weirdly enough, I think sometimes Destiny does, is they go in with a line of argumentation that they feel is logically unassailable. And so as a result, they will not modify any of their positions during the debate. They will try to viciously shred the logical architecture of their opponents, and they will make zero concessions to reality about whether or not their opponent said anything worthwhile or intelligent or historical or worth consideration or whatever. And so what oftentimes ends up happening in that debate sphere is anybody who supported Destiny in the beginning of the debate is likely going to support Destiny at the end of the debate. Anybody who supported Andrew Wilson at the beginning of the debate is going to support Andrew Wilson by the end of the debate. And any consideration of the opponent's view is viewed as like ideological or principled weakness to even to understand in its entirety the opponent's worldview in a good faith way is viewed as like rhetorical and principled weakness. And I think that appeals, no offense, because my audience is a 3000 IQ Giga Chad and Giga Stacy audience. I think that logic appeals to 80 and 90 IQ dipshits. And unfortunately, I do think vast swaths of the American electorate and population are 80 IQ and 90 IQ dipshits. Because if you have somebody who agrees with you and you agree with them by the end of the debate, you learn nothing, but you got to watch them throw elbows against somebody you don't like. That's the fucking shit. That's the best content you've ever had. Whereas if you have somebody who you ideologically agree with, but then they go in and they start considering the worldview of other people, that's bitch made. That's pussy shit. Considering the ideas of your ideological and political opponents in order to see if there's any truth elements in there, fucking bitch made. You know what I'm saying?
In this, because a lot of people think
because
it's
I
a
hate
weird thing to do.
leftists. So, I mean, just like, if you want me to be blunt.
Why do you hate leftists?
Because they're psychopaths who are going to destroy everything that I care about through suicidal empathy.
Do you mean progressives or do you mean leftists?
Both.
Like the entire left?
I consider the delineation of the threshold minute.
Because?
Because when you really get into the granularity, it's all about ethics, and they don't have any. And so, because there's no ethical foundation, all you're talking about is degrees of psychopathy.
What about people who just
Which, by the way, this is like the most retarded shit on the planet. He basically argumentatively, he's rooted any kind of like ethical foundation, which, by the way, ethics is just like societal morality. Okay. So my understanding of it, and this is why I need to go take the fucking course or actually a philosophy class, is that morals is the evaluation of good and bad. Ethics is the prescription of morals in reference to society. At least that's how I understand the difference. So saying that because people don't believe in God, meaning they don't believe in a conscious creator of the universe, they are incapable of having any kind of ethical prescriptions whatsoever is horseshit. Like, the pagans had ethical frameworks. The Aztecs had ethical frameworks. The Mayans had ethical frameworks. The fucking, the Hindu have ethical frameworks. Ethics is not societal morality, then you're going to have to explain it to me. Go ahead. Because this is my frustration whenever I talk about morality or ethics, is they go, that's not what it is. And then I Google it, and the definition is exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. So morality, or morals definition. Morals, the specific, often subjective beliefs and principles that guide an individual's conduct, dictating right from wrong behavior in society. So hold on. Morality definition. Morality is a system of principles, beliefs, and judgments that distinguish between right and wrong, good and bad. Okay. Then, ethics definition. Ethics is a system of moral principles, values, and rules that guide individual or group conduct to distinguish right from wrong action. So, are we using synonyms? Like, are morality and ethics the same thing? Because professional ethics are standards of behavior in a profession. Business ethics are prescriptions about behavior in a business setting. Personal ethics are individual principles guiding life choices. Environmental and conservative ethics are the beliefs that individuals should have a responsibility to protect. So what the fuck? Are we just saying morality and ethics are the same? So once again, you're gonna need to, because whenever somebody says like, I have an ethical framework and I think it should be implemented in society, that's oftentimes the context that people are talking about ethics. And then in reference to morality, it's oftentimes the evaluation of good and bad. So enlighten me. Anybody fucking enlighten. Morals is when you decide to do bad. Ethics is when people judge you for it. I don't even know if that's true. Morals or ethics aren't necessarily moral. Morals, the evaluation of good and bad, are ethics. But then ethics are not necessarily moral because you can have an immoral ethic. Once again, I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. And I feel like there's like, I feel like I defined it the way that I understood it. You guys were like, no. And then you guys are just fucking smashing me with synonyms. You're smashing me with cinnamons. You can subset my nuts, okay? Ethics are a moral statement. I don't even know if that's correct. You're just saying that. What's your source? Ethics are moral statements? Where did you read that? It sounds like your source is you made it the fuck up, but, you know, feel free to enlighten me.
Just want like a little bit more wealth redistribution, but generally they love America. I mean, those people, they are decreasing in percentage on the left, but they do exist, right?
Why do they want it?
Because they think they have a different vision to the right of human nature, and they think that a lot of things that happen to people in life are partly about luck and structures and stuff like that. So they think that, they think the right massively overestimates the consequences of agency. So the idea that sometimes, the caricature of the right would be, well, everyone gets what they deserve because it's a matter of your hard work and talent and application and whatever. And the left, the sensible left, I think, says, well, sure, but luck is a big part of it. There, by the grace of God, go we. Therefore, if someone is struggling, not everyone is struggling because they didn't put in effort. Sometimes shit happens. People get sick. Accidents happen, whatever. So we should look after people a little bit more than the people who want the lowest taxes possible. That would be the Steelman argument, I think.
Okay, so that makes sense. So the idea here is social safety nets, right?
Right.
Okay, so how come those aren't voluntary?
Well, probably because you can't achieve the level of redistribution you want without applying some level of force.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Because the entire idea of progressive liberalism is supposed to be voluntarism, and that the left-wing
No. What?
government, because the
You can't achieve the level of redistribution you want without applying some level of force.
interesting.
Yeah.
Because the entire idea of progressive liberalism is supposed to be voluntarism, and
No. No. Why did he so confidently just state that? Progressive liberalism is based on voluntarism? No, libertarianism is based on some level of voluntarism. Once again, correct me if I'm wrong. This is just like a soup salad. This is fucking horrible. Isn't voluntarism effectively the belief that, like, the social transactions should be as free from force as possible, and the human ideal would be that all social transactions are on a voluntary basis? I swear to God, that's what it is. Voluntarism is a doctrine emphasizing the role of the will, human, divine, or metaphysical, over the intellect or material in shaping reality, psychological, or social action. It asserts that it is the will that is fundamental driving faction in the universe. I don't think that's what I was looking for. Maybe I need a Y in there. Voluntarism. Voluntarism is a libertarian philosophy advocating for all human interactions and social relations should be strictly voluntary based on mutual consent. When the fuck was that ever a part of the American founding, which is arguably the closest assertion of liberal values on the planet? And when did progressives, because I think that, like, if you talk to Ryan Mullally or whatever, he'll say that progressivism as a formalized ideology started in the late 19th and early 20th century. When the fuck did they say that, like, shit had to be voluntary? I don't think that was ever said by any... It wasn't said by the liberals. It might have been said by the libertarians. I don't think it was ever said by the liberals. What the fuck? That statement was just, like, fundamentally incorrect. And so... do you hate socialists and communists? The polling is in after an hour. 74% do hate socialists and communists. 26% say they don't. Some of the people who didn't, though, they said that they don't hate the people, they hate the ideology. And so we might have bumped it by another few percentage points if I had said, do you hate socialism, or Marxist socialism, I suppose. Marxist socialism and communism, ? We might have pulled as high as 80. So I just want to point that out for John Kennedy, if Mr. Kennedy is still here, that literally 75% of my chat hates socialists and communists, the people, or they were willing to at least click the button because they knew what the hell I was talking about. And we might have gotten a few more percentage points if I had specified you don't have to hate the people, you could just hate the ideology. So... I'm kind of mind blown about how fundamentally incorrect that bold statement was. Let's see if he can back it up.
that the left-wing government does not force you or compel you to do anything.
No, but that's bullshit.
But that's the promise.
No, the point of government is to make people do shit they don't
Let's go! Constantly kissing boys. Let's go.
want to do.
Completely agree. But the promise of the leftists, the promise of the progressive, the reason they demand that we have a secular government and we can't move towards Christian ethics or Christian nationalism is because secularists are going to do what's fair. And what's fair is you can do whatever you want as long as you're not hurting anybody else. We're not going to force you to do anything. The evil Christian nationalists will. But here you just laid out a case for how it is that they're compelling me against my will to do various things.
Well, right. I mean, any government is about the. I mean, the thing that really defines a state is the legalized use of force. It's all about the
Totally
use of
agree.
force, right?
That's what the state is.
Yeah, of course. But see, I think if we want to have a discussion about progressives being idiots, like we're going to be on the same page with that one. But we were talking about distinction between the center left, I guess, and the progressives. And I was saying, isn't there quite a lot of reasonable people on the center left who would agree with us that the state is about shaping human behavior and making people do stuff, but what they want is well motivated and actually based on some rationale that we might agree or disagree, but is kind of logical, which is about a higher level of I don't believe in zero taxes and no government redistribution at all, personally, right? So therefore, it's just a matter of degrees. And it's about, is it, 5% taxes or, 20% taxes? But once you start getting into the high 80s, that's where I'm at. You know what I mean? Like do you see what I'm getting at? So that's where I think sometimes in these arguments, the existence of the reasonable center right and the reasonable center left gets lost because we're constantly arguing with the extremes of the other side.
Well,
is that fair?
Yeah, I guess, but maybe we can dive into semantics a
Sure,
bit.
if you want.
Okay. So when you say right or left, you agree with me that's dialectical?
What do you mean by dialectical?
Like,
they're opposites of each other, you mean?
well, not just that, but when we view politics in the paradigm in the United States, we view it through a dialectic that is dual. It's left, it's right. So even you said center left, that's plays within a dialectic, right? Yes, there's a center, but it's still left or right.
Son of a bitch. I have to Google dialectic. Dialectic is a method of philosophical argument and reasoning that uncovers truth by examining and resolving contradictions between opposing ideas. Thesis, antithesis, and eventually synthesis. Okay. I think he might be misusing the term, but I agree that American politics are within the constraints of a dialectic, and I think that dialectic was formed within the French Revolution. So once again, the right wing were stagnant institutionalists. They believed in the monarchy. They believed in the merchant class. They believed in royalty. They believed in this. They believed in that. They were right wing because they sat in the assembly, literally on the right side of the wing of the assembly, and they were apologists, meaning that they made excuses and made rationales and made explanations for the social institutions of France and why they needed to perpetuate, and they were therefore conservative in that they wanted to conserve the institutions that guided French society. And on the left side of the assembly were the populists, the Jacobins, the liberals, and the moderates. And what they said is that your institutions are forcing a state of social affairs that cannot be tolerated because there is economic, social, and religious injustice that is harming the people. And therefore, we are the champions of the people, and we must reform or abolish our institutions to stop oppressing the people. And so as a result, communism, weirdly enough, is the ultimate extension of this rationale because it results in a moneyless, stateless, classless society. And since if there's no money, no state, and no class, how can the people oppress each other when they do not have the vehicles through which we oppress each other? So it's effectively like a materialist analysis of an end state of humanity that results in a total left-wing victory, right? And then the right wing, especially the fascists and the collectivists, are arguing, no. Individuals cannot be trusted with power. We must have great men ascend to the upper echelons of authoritarian institutions, and they must dictate how we live our lives for the goodness of the general good. And so as a result, right-wingers, weirdly enough, monarchists and dictators and fascists, they have an ultimate extension ideology in which the right wing wins complete control of society. And that's where republicanism, representative democracy, is supposed to be a hybridization of these two extremes. It's supposed to take the elites of society and put them in positions of power in order to advocate for the general well-being of the demos. And so republicanism is like actually the ultimate centrist philosophy. And so to say that progressive liberalism is based off of voluntarism, that was fucking silly. I have no idea where the fuck he got that from. And then to say, constantly kissing boys saying, dude, that's horse shit. And there are going to be reasonable center-left technocrats who are not interested in the ultimate extension of left-wing ideology, and we should have conversations with them. I think it's descriptively true. But once again, Andrew Wilson has accumulated a cult of personality through calling women whores and being confidently wrong about political philosophy. That's fun.
right? So
Well, there is it gets more, I don't mean to be pedantic either, but this is where it gets more difficult, because someone could actually be in the center, meaning they have some center-right opinions and some center-left opinions that don't neatly align with either party. And I think the existence of those people is probably quite underestimated, even in a country as polarized as this one, just from talking to people.
maybe.
Yeah, but dialectic, I think I agree.
Yeah, so there's a dialectic. So when we say left, what's the referent? And when we say right, what's the referent? Like, what are we referencing here?
Well, the position relative to the center.
Sure, maybe, but I mean, what is left and what is right politically? Is it social issues? Is it taxes? Is it a mixture of both?
Mixture of both.
It's advocacy for the people. If you look at the origins of the word left and right, it's viewing politics as an advocacy for the people in order to, execute a harmonious justice. Whereas the institutionalists say, well, institutions have been formed over centuries or millennia to have wisdom inside them that are good for human flourishing. And so we cannot endlessly dismantle our institutions in the name of human justice. We must preserve some of our institutions in order to have a happy, healthy society. So for instance, like a liberal or a left-winger might say, well, we must have unlimited abortion up until the delivery of the fetus, because in that way we are achieving true equality between men and women, because men have the ability to avoid fatherhood at any time. They can literally just physically walk away from their children. And so in order for a woman to be as equal as a man, in order to make that just, in order to make that fair, she must be able to eliminate her progeny all the way up until the time of delivery, because that makes men and women truly equal. But obviously, if you're like a biological person like I am, I think that there is a certain amount of personhood in the fetus. And so as I would argue that even from an egalitarian standpoint, you can't end the fetus after 18 to 20 weeks because there's proto-personhood. So and then if there's a conservative biological analysis that men and women cannot be equal in reference to sexual reproduction, then a conservative would just say, well, we created our sexual traditions and mores based off of biological reality, therefore suck a dick. Reality doesn't always care about justice. It might care about some level of justice, but it doesn't care about endless justice.
Both.
Mixture of both. Okay,
Right.
So I think that we can break it down further into pillars. So I think that these are philosophical.
I need to use the restroom, but I desperately need to hear his pillars before I go do so. So I'm going to listen to him talk about his pillars of the left and pillars of the right before I go use the restroom, but I will disappear momentarily after that. Oh my God.
Positions, and people just don't realize it. When you're arguing with a guy like Destiny, the reason he's very frustrating for you to debate with, the reason that he wanted to bog things down into things like the most ridiculous thing in the world, though it's unprecedented, everything's unprecedented, that's unprecedented, right? The whole idea there, and you pointed this out rightly, is, well, I guess words don't mean anything, right? We just use unprecedented, I guess, when we mean new. When we get down to the core, the pillar that holds up the belief of Destiny, what is it? What is the pillars that hold up the left? What is the philosophical underpinnings?
I don't know in his case. I think in his case, actually the philosophical underpinning is people who don't agree with him are bad people, and therefore they need to be destroyed by any means necessary. I think
that's an edgy position that he has recently adopted. I would say that Destiny, insofar as I've watched him as a Twitch and YouTube political autist content consumer, he's been liberal in that he believes maximal human freedom is good, right? And so, people should have freedom of speech and freedom of conscience because freedom is good. People should have autonomy over their economic affairs as maximally as possible because freedom is good. Taxation should be a thing in order to redistribute money into the population so that they can achieve the same level of equality of opportunity, because they should be able to achieve the same level of freedom that Stephen has achieved through his material emancipation. If you want to be a sexual degenerate or if you want to be a giga sexual conservative, doesn't really matter. The state should not interfere in your ability to either endlessly bang 18 to 40-year-olds on Twitter or, be a monogamous person. It should be all up to be the individual. And arguably, I would say from his perspective, there shouldn't even be cultural pressure on the way that people conduct their lives because he views freedom as a maximal human good, Kay says, but he doesn't believe in free speech truly anymore, and he said this. Yeah, but he probably has some fucking cringe paradox of tolerance. We have to use the state in order to limit bad actors and limit the topics of discourse that are within the Overton window, because eventually the freedom that we've been enshrined with is going to capsize and destroy all of society, which is funny because that's realistically an argument for conservative legislation. So, yeah. But I mean, honestly, Kay, weirdly enough, that's why I'm a conservative. You're making him sound like a libertarian. He is a libertarian. He just believes in taxes. He just believes in progressive taxation and the redistribution of material wealth. But besides that, he's a libertarian. So, what the fuck was I going to say, though, in reference to this shit? Weirdly enough, that's why you need conservatism. You need conservatism because you have to have constraints on the limits of your behavior or else everything implodes. Freedom is good, but you must have limited constraints on your freedom in order to perpetuate your freedom. That's why I've always been a fucking conservative. like, dude, it's like, I'm sorry, but that is the logical extension of the nihilistic, hedonistic, liberal lifestyle. Is you will eventually bump in with unlimited freedom. You will eventually bump into consequences of a limited freedom, and as a result, you are gonna need constraints on your freedom. Oh my God. Yeah, so Stephen, bumping into conservative regulation accidentally is so wholly unsurprising that it actually hurts me physically. Jay Barté says, you cannot be libertarian while supporting redistribution of wealth. That is very counterintuitive. Yes, I know. That's why he's a liberal. Okay? He is a libertarian in that he wants maximal human freedom, but when it comes to taxation, he prioritizes freedom in a different way. So the North Star is still freedom. But where a libertarian says, maximum amount of transactions should be voluntary, and that's my North Star. Therefore, if the government comes to me and expropriates my wealth that I have generated through voluntary economic transaction, that is a moral blight on society and should be banned in its entirety as a concept. What Stephen says is that the freedom of American society in particular, but the freedom that free societies have granted to their citizenry in general, allows them to generate incredible amounts of wealth. And that incredible amount of wealth should be redistributed back to the least amongst us through taxation in order to make sure that a maximum amount of people experience the freedom of, what would you call it? The equality of opportunity that allows us to generate a maximum amount of wealth, which in turn becomes an endless positive feedback loop that emancipates more and more and more people from material privation, and therefore also gives them an opportunity for material luxury, right? He knows that not every child is going to be capable of becoming a multimillionaire once employed, but he wants people to become free enough in order to, if they can become materially well off, then he wants to enable them to do so through redistributive taxation. So once again, the North Star is always freedom. The North Star is always liberty. So that's why he's a liberal, but not a libertarian. That's also why I can't call myself a libertarian, Because I'm sure that at some point, libertarian meant like there were probably different schools of thought that include like some level of like libertarian statism, but libertarianism has become so hostile to statism, taxation, progressive taxation, and state institutions for human well-being that they're now, you can't say the word libertarian without people thinking that you're anti-statist. They wouldn't be compatible, though, because he'd force that wealth away. That's contradictory. Jay Barty, I literally just fucking explained it. And I also said, he's not a libertarian. He's a liberal. Libertarian and liberalism have their North Stars as freedom, but they conceptualize freedom differently when it comes to equality of opportunity. Jesus fucking Christ. Listen to what I'm saying, bro. I laid it out perfectly. All right? Moving on, and I'm going to use the restroom.
I think that's it. So it's about power, really.
I think the idea, the philosophical underpinnings operate from the left-right dialectic. The left-wing pillar is based around anti-realism, anti-moralism. So that's why you end up with postmodernism and many of these other philosophies which come from left-wing liberalism. Those aren't coming from right-wingers. Those are coming from left-wingers. Right-wingers are the reason that they're so much more associated with things like traditionalism or things like religion, this kind of thing, is because they view society as being duty-bound, and progressives view everything through the prism of rights. So I have a right to do this.
Almost like if we collectivize duties, that would form social institutions like churches, law enforcement, military, and governance. And so the right wing would be primarily focused on the preservation and propagation of institutions that make humanity good. Whereas if you're rights focused, then you're focused on the individual and you're focused on humans, almost like you argued your way back to the right-left dynamic of the French Revolution. I'm happy you got to the right answer in the wrong way. Good job. All right, I'm hitting the head. Fuck this.
I have a right to do this. I have a right to do that. And the right is saying you have a duty to do this. You have a duty to do that. You have a duty. So this is where that dialectic really clashes. From Destiny's standpoint, there's no such thing as a moral fact. None. They don't exist. Everything is dependent upon stance. So if that's the case, you can't actually do anything immoral, which is why he does so many things which are immoral, right? Because from his perspective, it's just dependent on stance. The right is saying there's universality with morality. It's not just stance dependent. It's stance independent. The reason that they get so upset with the left is because they perceive them as doing things which are horrendously immoral. But from the left stance, they're like, well, but it's all stance dependent. So I can't be doing anything immoral. And that's why the underpinnings for the kind of like philosophical pillars, they don't align, and why we're constantly clashing. The right considers these people complete immoral degenerates. And from their view, they are. The left, on the other hand, sees that as being totalitarian and evil, and that they're there to control, destroy, oppress. Because from their view, what could they be doing immoral if everything which is moral is dependent on their own stance?
Right. Which I think is an accurate description of what happens when the right looks at the extremes of the left and the left looks at the extremes of the right. But what I'm trying to get in with you, first of all, because it's interesting to me, because our country, hard as it is to believe, if you look at social media, is not nearly as divided as the US, right? Like the binariness of the US is kind of weird for us a little bit, coming from the UK. So I guess to me, it's always weird when people, well, I was going to say acknowledge, but I don't want to impose my view because, you know, Americans know their country better than I do. It's weird to me how little people give faith to the other side. And I see this on the left and I see this on the right. Whereas my model for the world is there's like really good people within the 80% middle, and then there's pretty out there people on the extremes. And what we see on the internet is those people arguing and pretending they represent the entire movement. And then the other side is incentivized to argue as if they represent the entire movement as well. Does that make sense?
Of course.
Right.
Sure. I understand what you're saying, and that sells, right? It sells to be on that extremist end.
Right.
That's what makes it fun. It makes it fun to watch people who come in and they say ridiculous over the top things, and then everyone's arguing, right? That's part of human nature. They want the fun. However, I do think that people are more divided than you think. I think that there's the way that we operate in public in survival mode. We'll be pretty nice to each other. Good morning. How are you? No one's going to like run you off the road because you're a Democrat. They might run you off the road if you're a Trump supporter and you have that stick. But for the most part, we'll treat each other fairly well. But when you start to get to the underpinnings of what people actually believe, there's a lot more hatred here than you think on both sides. And it's
The Hammer says, have I seen Mr. Beats arguing that the Democrats are the more conservative party? No, but if you actually mean from a constitutional conservative lens, I think there's a really strong argument that the Trump cult is actually wholly like anti-institutional, anti-republican, pseudo-fascistic, proto like neo-monarchy, neo-dictatorship, and therefore are anti-constitutional conservatism and anti-American conservatism. Now, I think Ryan Mulally, just a steel man the other side, he would say that Donald Trump taking a fire axe to the federal government the way that he has for PEPFAR, USAID, DOE, et cetera, is actually in line with the concept of constitutional federal government as believed to be 100 or 120 years ago. But for me, that still is not, that's not like very compelling to me on a personal level. Unork says, I have multiple North Stars. Why do people tend to have a singular one? A single one feels limiting. Because you, Unork, are 3,000 IQ, Giga Chad, and Giga Stacy, and are capable of understanding multiple things at once. And I, like you, am capable of having multiple North Stars at once. So, for instance, I don't like equality, but I like fairness. And fairness has equality baked into it. So I don't think that we can all achieve the same things based off of our physical, mental, spiritual, and emotional talents. But I do think that we should all have the ability to express those talents within a free society. And therefore, we should have a fair education system that educates all of us up to adulthood, how to act morally, economically, and socially in such a way that we can be economically productive beings. And that has fairness and equality in it. But then that also has freedom in it too, because I don't think that you should be constrained by society to solely pursue what is socially or economically productive. There are things that are incredibly socially and economically productive. I could be an incredible salesperson, despite the fact that I never shut the fuck up. But when I was in the sales industry, I always did great. I always did great in sales. I fucking love sales, dude. If this YouTube thing doesn't work out, I'm going to go sell super expensive equipment, and I'm going to try to become a millionaire as a salesperson. But anyways, I don't think I should be compelled to be a salesperson for the rest of my life just because it's economically or social. It's like my maximally economically, socially productive behavior. I should also be able to be a school teacher or a fucking nurse or a doctor. Even if I'm not as good at being a nurse, a doctor, or a school teacher, I should still have the capacity to do not the most optimized economically and socially productive thing. And so fairness, productivity, efficiency, freedom. The reason why people always pick like one North Star and they just run with it is because it's a simpler worldview. Because you can just have, I have this one principle. And then people are like, well, this principle conflicts with your primary principle. And then you go, I don't give a fuck. I like my one principle. It's just an easier way to conceptualize the world and live. So, and I'm not hard to find. I don't know if that's how you meant that, Arthur, but there is a sheriff in Florida where he talks shit to a bunch of gangbangers who allegedly were threatening to kill cops. And he's like, he does like this like SWAT video where he's like standing with a SWAT team. And he's like, hey, you pieces of shit, we're coming after you. And if you fight us, we're going to kill you. And if you feel like coming on down to the station to scrap it out, let's go ahead. I'm easy to find. So that's how I read that. Anyways, content.
Even from the center, it becomes apparent once you start to get to the underpinnings of the pillars which hold up people's beliefs.
Do you think that's kind of why there used to be a rule that you don't talk about religion and politics at the table? Because when you start digging, like if you really pursue people's beliefs to the very ends of the earth, you do find out like people do fundamentally disagree because they have a different philosophical view. But if we don't constantly talk about this stuff, it's actually easier to get on with each other.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's true.
It's
well, that used to be a thing in the workplace, and it used to be a thing, like you said, around the dinner table with family. You call your family in, and it's like, hey, we're all going to have dinner. We're not talking politics. We're not talking about sex. We're not talking, right? These are the divisive issues, right? Love, sex, politics. And of course, that's what everybody's talking about all the time now. But with the internet, this was bound to happen. Now you can have ideologies which are exported and imported, and they can be exported and imported quickly. And so because of that, you can have whole swaths of a population begin to move towards an ideology which they never would have before because there was no way to basically deliver it. But now there is. And so now it's a race for power. It's made the best ideology win. And from my view, if it's not Christians who win it, then it's going to be somebody else who wins it. And Christians going to be ruled by whoever that is, or whatever ideology that is. But if you think that I'm wrong,
I would accept this intellectual arms race, and I do accept the intellectual arms race argumentation, but I don't want to cut out liberalism. And it sounds like he wants to cut out liberalism in favor of Christian theocracy. And so for me, liberalism, capital L liberalism, classic liberalism, progressive liberalism, fucking Republican liberalism, liberal republicanism, well, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Because I think republicanism ultimately does have a liberal bent to it. Because oftentimes, like, Republicans, rule of law, consuls or presidents or prime ministers, and then you basically have secular leadership who are elected representatives, and then the people have the ability to choose how they are governed. And so there is a certain amount of freedom inherent in republicanism. So if my choices were republicanism or theocracy, I'm picking republicanism 10 times out of 10. But likewise, if my options are republicanism or socialism or communism, which I understand you could technically have democratic socialism or democratic communism, then I'm picking fucking mixed economy capitalism mixed with republicanism. And then if you make me choose between Christian theocracy and socialism or communism, I might, number one, I'm probably just not choosing anything, and I'm going to let the world fly into hell in a handbasket super quick. But if you make me choose between Christian theocracy and socialism, it actually is a toss-up where Christian theocracy might win in my mind. And I think you guys sense that sometimes, where it's like Connor's fascist, techno-fascist sympathies lead me to believe that if it was a binary choice between techno-feudalism and socialism, Connor would pick techno-feudalism, even if it fucked over vast swaths of the population. And that's probably true. And we probably just need to accept that. Conserve says, yes, republicanism is rooted in liberalism. This is why I can't say you're my favorite liberal streamer with a straight face. Nice. Rob says, Connor, how have you not realized that Andrew is exactly as illiberal as Hassan? Because he's not. Because he's not. He actually talks about using the democratic mechanisms of the American Republic in order to achieve Christian theocratic power. Whereas Hassan has openly talked about violent revolution against the United States. So actually, descriptively, he's just not as violent or authoritarian as Hassan Piker. If you said that about Nick Fuentes, I would agree with you 100%. But actually, Andrew Wilson, descriptively, is not as bad as Hassan Piker. Hilariously. Even though he does sound like a total fucking sociopath sometimes.
Explain Hassan Piker. Explain Vosh. Explain the rise of communism in the United States and the brand new communist lens in which many leftist progressives are now looking. These are the most popular streamers. Well, I mean, that ideology was all but dead, but now it's reemergent through the technology of the internet and introduced to a whole new generation as being edgy and, countercultural, just like it was the first time.
Do you not think that the reason that we've seen this resurgence of communism as someone who comes from a country who sadly embraced it?
Britain.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Conservatism says you just conflated Christian nationalism with techno-feudalism. How? Yeah, I'll explain how briefly. I think that the current right-wing movement, I understand that I was talking about ideology and then I flipped into the current right-wing movement without articulating how. I think techno-feudalism is using Christian nationalism as a fucking mask. Like, the techno-feudalists are not popular enough to win elections through the advocacy for techno-feudalism. And so they use Christian nationalism and right-wing economic populism as the vehicles through which to achieve power. So, my bad for not saying that that's how I view current right-wing politics. The techno-feudalists are actually the most powerful and the most wealthy group in the right wing, but they're a very small part of the electorate, even smaller than Jews. And so techno-feudalists are using Christian nationalism and right-wing economic populism for their own power. And J.D. Vance is their Trojan horse.
No, that's not. We are
I shouldn't laugh at
embracing.
my own joke, but it was a good one.
Yeah,
Anyway.
we are embracing it. Which is Venezuela. Do you not just simply think that people grasp for anything when things are getting particularly difficult?
You mean for any type of ideology?
Yeah.
Sure, but what's difficult here?
Well, the gap between rich and poor is ever widening.
But you have a problem there, right? That's true. But people are still getting richer than they've ever been. It's like when I think of a gap between rich people and poor people, if we go back 500 years or 1,000 years, the difference was you lived in a dung heap and this guy lived in a castle. Now the difference is this guy lives in a castle and you live in a 3-bedroom apartment. It's like, it is true that the guy living in the castle is richer than the guy in the castle has ever been. But the reason you're not in a dung heap is because the poor are also richer than they've ever been. And so it's scalable. It's a matter.
Yeah, but how hard do you have to work in order to stay in your shitty apartment with roommates? It really is. It's class resentment. And I think anybody who's worked a minimum wage job understands this. So, dude, it's the indignity, the lack of dignity of working 60 hours and still being fucking broke week after week after week after week and month after month after month after month, with no vacation days, no health benefits, no dental benefits, no childcare, only public education, all that kind of shit. Like, you're always broke, you're always behind, somebody's always calling you in order to, you're behind on this bill, you're behind on that bill, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so, yeah, sure. Like, is it better to be a peasant in America in the 20th century with air conditioning, internet connections, smartphones, DoorDash, which you probably can't afford, but let's be real, sometimes you do it anyways, and DoorDash, than it is to be a 1500s agricultural tenant farmer peasant? Absolutely. Like hands down. Anybody who says that like a peasant farmer in the 1500s had it better than a modern worker at Walmart is full of shit. But is there a certain lack of dignity that Americans feel emotionally and viscerally when they have to work at Walmart and 7-Eleven? Dad has to work at Walmart 40 hours a week. Then he has to work at 7-Eleven 20 hours a week. And then mom has to work at Walmart 40 hours a week in order to live in the shittiest apartment on the wrong side of town, going to the worst schools. There is a lack of dignity in that life that enrages the working class. And so, yeah, sure. Like, fucking, yes, it's better than being a peasant farmer 200 years ago. When you see somebody fucking driving a Maserati, and they've like got generational wealth, and they've never had to work a hard day in their fucking life, and they're total fucking pussies, is there a rage that occupies your soul that you think about like Molotov cocktailing your local fucking Walmart warehouse? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, and Nameless Henchman says peasants never had to deal with this much psychic damage. True. Like, the cell phone's like a beautiful technology. I love cell phones. I think they're incredible. But that also means that you are staring into like a pondering orb of psychic damage 24/7, 365. So, I mean, unironically, that might make us more miserable than a 1500s peasant who can pause every 6 hours in order to look around the farm and enjoy God's bounty, you know?
It's it's a matter of scalability. But show me in the fattest country in the world, where's all the starving people? Where are they?
But it's all understood within context, isn't it, Andrew? It's comparisons. So people will go online, they will look at their life, they will see that they don't have a lot of money, somebody else is doing very well. Things like, for instance, the housing crisis, particularly in cities like New York, LA, etc.
Yeah, so this is a strict materialist view. The thing is like, I don't know when the shift happened to strict materialism, but this seems to be part of a new conversation which people want to have. And again, that's part of what communism is. The lens of communism is strictly materialist.
Jay Barty says, yeah, well, your parents and grandparents did it. Yeah, and it fucking sucked. Okay. So Jay Barty says, mom and dad did that before, though. Dad worked in the mines while mom washed laundry, and you lived in 600 square feet. Number one, you're talking about grandparents, because the baby boomers actually had quite a materialistically well-off existence. So I would say you're talking about like greatest generation late 19th century, dad worked in the coal mines and mom, was fucking keeping the house without appliances. And I agree with you descriptively. However, it fucking sucked. And the miner who was working 60 hours a week, getting fucking coal dust and emphysema, and his friends got crushed to death in mine shaft collapses and all that bullshit, it fucking sucked. And then he got done, and he spent a third of his paycheck on alcohol so he could psychologically cope with how shitty his life was. And then half of them came home, and their rage and anger when their wife was getting in their fucking ear about spending a third of their paychecks on alcohol, they beat the fuck out of their wives. So, like, maybe we could balance economic productivity along with the dignity of a human life. I know that's like really like left wing of me to say, but maybe like the primary breadwinner should be able to work 40 hours a week, and the wage he earns should allow him to live in like the shittiest apartment and afford food and pay their bills and maybe have $50 to $100 left over for entertainment for their kids. I know that's very communist of me to say, but maybe the working man should have a modicum of dignity. So sorry for busting out my fucking communist bona fides, but maybe the working stiff should have a modicum of dignity.
There's no spiritualism. Communists kill anybody who's religious because that affects a materialist view. It's an oppressor-oppressed class. So if you're looking through everything from a materialist view, you can always find an oppressor class. There'll always be people who have more than other people do. It's one of the big faults with communism. You can never reach this stateless utopia. But as far
Real serious for 100 Argentinian pesos. Thank you to everybody who donated today, by the way. I'll probably thank all of y'all in a second. Connor, do you genuinely believe in hard times make strong men make good times make weak men make hard times? Yes and no. I think there were probably fucking pussies in the Greatest Generation. But like, it was harder to be a pussy in the Greatest Generation than it is to be a pussy nowadays. You can be a pussy nowadays and survive. And, how do I phrase this? My mom forced me to do yard work, and I had been paying some guy $50 a session two times a month in order to mow the lawn, edge, and trim the bushes and shit. And $50 for a quarter-acre lot to get mowed, trimmed, and edged is a great, paying $55 to have somebody edge you is great. And so I got lazy. And I didn't weed. I didn't chop stuff back. We had a big freeze in Florida a few months ago, and it killed a healthy chunk of my shit. And so my mom forced me to go out into the yard and hack and slash like 30% of my yard and then load it into the front of my property. And so as a result, I needed to remember how difficult that was. Because I had become so soft in paying another person to edge me that I needed to remember how hard it was to edge. And so basically, while doing that, because I spent basically the entire week doing it, or weekend, excuse me, because I spent the entire weekend doing it, it reminded me not only of the tougher times in my life where I was reliant on manual labor in order to pay my bills, but it also reminded me of the people who do that every single day, and it made me deeply, deeply, deeply appreciate them. And so what I'm really trying to say is victory can defeat you. Winning the material game can destroy your spiritual connection to other human beings and to nature. And so I think it's incumbent upon you, in order to maintain a level of hardness, a level of difficulty, by every so often edging your yard.
As far as that goes, when I think historically, the endless suffering that happened to people inside of nation states, inside of city states, inside of places like that, in comparison to what you see in modern Western democracies, it's like, if these people had to deal with that in any capacity, they would, you just fall over dead. It was miserable. It was literally misery. Where is all of that? I mean, the West conquered that. Industrialization conquered that. That starvation's gone. Where is it? You know, I've heard liberals, they've said to me, there's people starving right now. Where? In my nation. Where? I'll go feed them right now. Guarantee you I'll have a meal arranged by this afternoon if you could show me a person's actually starving in the United States. They can't, because they're not. We've conquered it. These are conquered issues. Like, so what are you bitching about? Are you just bitching that this guy makes way more money than this guy? It's like, what's the complaint? You know, that's achievable. That sort of dream's achievable now to people. That never used to be possible.
I travel a lot, and until
Sleeping Green for 100 DKK says, it's funny that the communists and socialists always say real communism, etc. has never been tried, but has real capitalism ever been tried? Isn't that just as true an argument to throw at a socialist? Yeah, you can, because capitalism, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, it was a insult used by communists. Capitalism definition. Capitalism is an economic and political system where private individuals or businesses own and control property, industry, and trade, focusing on profit maximization through competition in a free market. So what's interesting is they say that it's an economic and political system, interesting, where private ownership of businesses is allowed and profit maximization is focused on in a free market. But I do think that like original capitalist philosophy, like laissez-faire capitalism, effectively says that the state should not intervene. And it's actually, in libertarians, voluntarist libertarians, oftentimes will say, no, like, you know, when the state regulates, you know, externalities and byproducts and taxation and carbon taxes and all that kind of bullshit, that's not real capitalism, because you're not actually just allowing people to participate within a market and then reward with dollars the people who have competed for their resources the best. Blah, 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 blah. But then, of course, the free market capitalists oftentimes do not have an answer for the issues of monopoly. They will say, oh, well, just let a monopoly be a fucking parasite rent-seeking piece of shit on the economy until its own corruption implodes the institution. Which, like, that's fine and easy to say when you're not the person getting raped by a fucking corporation. But when you're getting raped by a corporation, you're oftentimes like, wow, somebody should do something about this. Like, and dude, all you have to do is look at like trust busting in the early 20th century. Corporations in the early 20th century were so powerful that unions, like labor unions, would organize mass strikes and protests outside of industrial centers in order to protest for better wages, benefits, and all that kind of shit. And what the corporations would do is they would hire workers from other regions of the country, pay them a better wage than what their workers were making, bring them in on a temporary basis, and then hire private police to beat the shit out of the protesting workers. Now, that might be voluntary economic transactions within a free market system. I don't think you can call that just. So, you know, like trust me, I am very distrustful of unions. I am very distrustful of unions because they can oftentimes enshrine the stagnation within industry that leads to industrial collapse. But just because like a union has perverse incentives does not mean that corporations don't have and act upon perverse incentives. So you're brave enough to hate the rich. Are you brave enough to hate the poor? And then, are you brave enough to hate both simultaneously? You know? Where is the starvation? I'm done with this guy. Yeah, he sucks. He sucks. But Guerra, just to kind of give you a heads up, you know, we effectively on this channel find psychically damaging content, consume it so I can get angry at it for your entertainment. That's pretty much the content formula. Real Serious says Adam Smith was okay with some regulations. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Adam Smith was for some social safety nets. Of course. I'm saying you could say real capitalism has never been tried if you were a fucking cringe voluntarist libertarian. I'm not a cringe voluntarist libertarian, so the only time that I would use that as a rhetorical tactic is if somebody said real communism had never been tried because we've never achieved a moneyless, stateless, classless society. And then when I was like, okay, well, have we tried socialism, the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production through a vanguard Marxist-Leninist state? And if they said no, then I would view them as bad faith, right? Or historically ignorant. Rob says, Connor, that's why it falls when the veil of ignorance, nobody would agree to living under the thumb of these corporations. For sure. Call the Pinkertons. Indeed. The Pinkertons, weirdly enough, I think that a Pinkerton in the new Expanse, there's an equivalent to the Pinkertons. Pinkertons, the Expanse. Pink water security. Isn't that funny? I thought that was so funny that they did pink water, which is obviously, and look, it's a bear claw and an all-seeing eye. And the Pinkertons, they evolved them into a combination of Blackwater, you know, one of the most notorious private security firms in recent American history, and the Pinkertons, who were private cops. Now, they weren't like high-level investigators. Like, they did investigate, you know, homicide and, you know, all that kind of shit on behalf of, like, corporations. But they also got a notorious reputation for union busting. So, anyways, let's get a little bit more content in before we wrap.
Equivocation. They use the ambiguity of a word to switch between its meaning depending on which one serves them best at the time.
Yeah.
Which is why you have to pin them down on semantics immediately, because if you don't, they'll spend an entire debate session or conversation using equivocation to move between meanings in an ambiguous way so that they never really have to give an accounting for the things that they actually think, because those things are abhorrent. I do agree with that. I also understand, though, that meanings of words are going to change with worldview. From the progressive worldview, you are a Nazi. And I wish
because
more people...
I don't agree with them.
What?
I wish more people would...
This bro just be saying some shit sometimes. He really do just be saying some shit sometimes. Let's see who's actually a Nazi. Sorry, can you do that again?
That. I also understand, though, that meanings of words are going to change with worldview. From the progressive worldview, you are a Nazi. And I wish
because
more people...
I don't agree with them.
I wish more people would accept, well, it's not just because you don't agree with them. It's because from that frame, from that worldview, right, they're going to perceive you as being a white nationalist. You're a person who thinks that white people are above other people.
Why?
Because you're arguing against mass migration. And the only reason you would do that is because you want to see more white people.
But I'm an immigrant myself.
Doesn't matter.
Well, but no, it does matter, though, because that doesn't make any logical sense.
Doesn't have to. Worldviews don't have to.
Right. Assuming that words have to correlate with logic. Classic mistake in reference to the online political realm. I'm actually surprised to see somebody as established as Constantly Kissing Boys making that mistake. Believing that like rhetoric and logic have to correlate, silly to think that logic and rhetoric have to correlate in the current political landscape.
To make logical sense, but they are the prism in which we interpret the world. And so every debate that you have and every conversation you have, I wish more people would go in them understanding this concept. Worldview is what shapes your interpretation of all of reality around you. It shapes the meaning of words, how you interpret them, what people mean by the things they say and what they don't mean by the things they say. The reason I think I got very popular on the right is because one of the things I've always done.
Because I throw fucking word salad at the right wing that feels convenient to their already existing preconceptions about reality. Like, and by the way, like, I think Andrew Wilson is smart enough to post hoc rationalize his argumentation into being correct. I think I'm trying to be polite in saying this. I think he can effectively believe his own bullshit. I think he has the ego to believe his own bullshit. But I think that the way that he argues is effectively like, what does the right wing believe? How do I put that into a rhetorical soup salad that sounds good? And then how do I spread that soup salad across the internet as maximally as possible, not only for my personal enrichment, but also in order to strengthen the Christian nationalist right? So I think there's a lot of post hoc reasoning going on here.
I sit down and make my opposition actually explain what they mean and why they mean it before I will ever even dive into a conversation with them. And the reason for that is because I want to know what their worldview is. What is it that you're interpreting different here than me? And that's where you start to actually have a debate about. So debates are about worldviews. Conversations are about worldviews, right? If we have completely different understandings or interpretation, how do we even speak?
But there's also a level of deception we're talking about here, because
this guy might say what I'm thinking, which is effectively like, yes, and it's even laudable, it's even admirable to break down the barriers in private siloed cultural communities. It's laudable to break down communication barriers between tribal groups who understand words differently. But are you doing that in order to slow down the debate so you never actually have to contend with the thrust of the topic? Or are you doing that because you're truly trying to understand your opposition? And my frustration is, I think it's truly to try to understand the opposition. I have to take this call. 1 second. Hey guys, I hate to do this, but this is actually a wildly important phone call that I do need to take. So I got a dipset now. So like the stream, share it with your friends, engage your chat, super chats if you got a membership, if you got it, my parasocial, love you. I gotta go. I need to pick up my kid in 3 minutes anyways, so I was gonna go anyways. But I do appreciate you guys. Thank you to everybody who supported with your viewership. Thank you to everybody who supported with your donation. We did hit like 2.5, 3 goals today. So I do appreciate you guys. And then I will be gone tomorrow. Because of the important thing that I'm dealing with. So I have to take this phone call. I will be gone tomorrow.